Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh my goodness. Hey, are you ready? No? It's okay. This is gonna be fun. I ain't staying late, y'all. I'm not staying late.
Wow, that's a new one.
I said cut them.
That before.
I'd like to call to order a Community Redevelopment Agency meeting. The date is January 22nd. The time is 6:07 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Chair Lawson,
Here.
Vice Chair McCoy, Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Present.
Commissioner Lanier, Commissioner Spiritus. Also present on the dais, Attorney Chris Smith with Pittman Law Group, Jadelle Mercius, Executive Director for the CRA, Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, Shirley Desir, Interim CRA Clerk.
Thank you. We're going to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Spiritus. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
No, we do not.
Director, anything from the board? Disclosures? You're recognized. Commissioner Spiritus.
The agenda for this evening, I realized that REG architectural firm did some work for me privately in another municipality. And one of the partners, I don't know if it's a partner or a minor partner in one of the development projects, did some work in one of the municipalities that I work in up in New York. He bid on many government projects, and they were just the lowest bidder on one of those projects. So I just want to disclose those items.
Thank you. Additional disclosures? Motion to adopt agenda? Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy, Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes 4-0.
Consent agenda. Items on consent are routine and business, and the consent is approved by a single majority vote. Items may be removed with a request by any commissioner. Does anyone want to pull an item from consent? Motion to adopt consent?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made properly seconded. Do we have any public comment cards for consent, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have no
Directors.
comment cards for consent.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy, Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes 4-0.
Thank you. Regular agenda, 5A.
Presentation 5A, presentation by 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners LLC, Dilly Property Company LLC, and Exact Capital Group LLC. The acceptance of public comment cards are closed. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card.
Thank you. Mr. Mercius?
Thank you, Clerk Lazier. This ITN 1136-24-3 is a mixed-use residential and commercial development. The intent of the signature project is to develop the two subject properties into a mixed-use residential and commercial development, which will provide critical investment and economic activities to the city of Riviera Beach. Based upon current zoning and land use, this project provides a perfect opportunity to maximize density on the two sites with up to 8-story mixed-use residential and commercial development. Ms. Director Latanya Ammons, our procurement director, is here to finalize or more or less continue this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hammonds?
Good evening. My name is Latanya Ammons, and I'm the Director of Procurement for the City of Riviera Beach. The purpose of this item is to present the top 3 vendors who submitted proposals in response to the invitation to negotiate ITN 1136-24-3. The invitation to negotiate for the CRA signature project was issued on Thursday, June the 6th, 2024, via Demand Star with a closing date of Monday, August the 19th, 2024. There were 3 proposals for this project. The 3 proposing entity or organizations is 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners LLC, Dilly Property Company LLC, and Exact Capital Group LLC. The evaluation committee met on October 29th, 2024, for the purpose of ranking and shortlisting the firms. Upon completion of the evaluation committee meeting, 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners received 96.8 points. Exact Capital Group received 88.40 points, and Dilly Property Company received 86 points. All firms were selected to move forward with oral presentations. The evaluation criteria for this project were the following: the capability of the proposer and development team, extent to which the proposed signature project development concept meets the CRA goals, experience in leasing, managing, and operating similar projects, the financial return to CRA, and the equal business opportunity or commercial non-discrimination clause. The cone of silence for this project has been in effect since August the 19th, 2024. At this time, I will ask, if there are no questions, I will select, we have the 3 proposals, give a presentation. I will randomly pull a name out of the cup to who goes first, second, and third. And if your organization is not selected, I will ask that you will step out and go into the next room, and we will have someone that will guide you to the room while the presentations take place.
Thank you, Ms. Hammonds.
So while she's doing that, Chair,
You're recognized.
so question, Ms. Emmons. So I'm trying to make sure I understand. You gave a point scoring, and what are we to do with that?
Yes, I apologize. The point scoring was to evaluate the vendors, but the way the solicitation was written, it did not outline points for oral presentations. And so I have placed at your desk, I would like for you all to rank them 1, 2, and 3 after each presentation. And based upon the items that were the evaluation criteria in the presentation. So again, I did not assign points because it wasn't outlined in the solicitation as such.
Okay, so I apologize, and I'm gonna try to ask this in a different way so I can make sure I'm getting some understanding here. Are you saying, all right, we're to base our decision on the evaluation and also the proposal? I'm sorry, the evaluation and also the presentation, the oral presentation?
Yes, your first, second, and third choice, and then we will do a random weight of if you, it's kind of hard to explain. If you get first place for one vendor, and you get first place, and you get first place, then kind of do a weighted average of the first, second, and third, and then we will go with the recommendation, because at the end of the day, it's the recommendation of the council who to award the project to.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Emmons. Am I to use in making a decision the evaluation proposal and the oral presentation? And that's just what I'm trying to make sure
Yes.
of. Okay, so why do we get this than what the evaluation committee has done?
I gave you that as far as the areas that they evaluated. Those are the areas that you was to think about or consider as well. It's all
Okay,
part
so
of.
that's what I want to be clear. So are we you just said to consider this?
So one of the areas was the capability of the proposal and the development team. That was one of the areas that the selection committee evaluated the vendors on. So I gave you the score sheet to show what they were previously evaluated on by the evaluation committee, which is available through open records.
No comments, Commissioner McCoy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Emmons. Continue.
The first vendor I've selected is Exact Capital Group. So the Exact Capital Group will please come forward for their presentation.
Before the time frame on the presentations.
The suggested time frame is 10 minutes.
All right, so if the other two teams, we're going to have you guys escorted to the other room, and we'll have Exact Capital present the first time. Each team is going to be allotted 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
10 minutes is an awful short amount of time for such a large project that has many aspects to it. Can we increase that time period?
I would be inclined to increasing the time for questions, but I mean, we have the presentations. What more would we want to see outside of the 10 minutes besides the presentations we have?
Well, I'm sure that they have a lot to say about each of their projects, each of the groups. They spent a lot of time and effort preparing this. They have a lot of professionals with them. I would like to hear what they have to say rather than cutting them short.
It's a pleasure of the board, colleagues.
Chair,
You're recognized.
Commissioner, what are you offering?
Oh, 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Chair, I could go for 15 minutes.
Like Commissioner Lanier is on the dais. Ms. Millington?
How many minutes are we allowing for the questioning? So will we be doing 15, 15 and make everything a total of 30? Or do we not need that much time? Or are we not timing the questions? Are we out of time the questions?
You're recognized.
We're talking about a project that's probably, $300, $400 million. I think we should not put time limits. If you want to give a time limit, we should give enough time for them to put on their presentation and hear it. This is a pretty major project for the city, and I don't think that we should treat this like someone's coming up here asking to build a single-family house.
So we have two recommendations, 15 minutes. Anyone else?
Good with that, Chair.
Thank you, sir. There was a request for one of my colleagues in reference to the Q&A. Do we want to limit the questions that we may have for each team outside of the 15 minutes, or do we want to incorporate that into the 15 minutes?
I don't think we should have a limit.
Okay, so the presentations will be 15 minutes for each team then, and then we'll be able to, as the board, ask questions to every team. Okay? Board members? Good? Thank you. Ms. Ammons?
Yes, and Exact, please begin.
Okay, thank you, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be in front of you this afternoon. My name is Craig Livingston. I'm the managing partner of Exact Capital Group. And I just want to, first of all, thank you for your time and the opportunity to work within Riviera Beach. Let me see we have put together a best-in-class team of professionals to work on this project. And let me just first get into who we are. So as sponsors, this development team is headed by Exact Capital and the Riviera Beach Housing Authority, who are the sponsors of the project. And we have John Hurt here from the Riviera Beach Housing Authority, and who is our partner, the executive director of the Housing Authority. I'd like to just publicly acknowledge John for your leadership in the community, and also thank you for your partnership in this project. Since we have not had the pleasure of meeting the committee before, I just want to talk a little bit about Exact Capital and who we are. So we are a vertically integrated real estate concern, but I also want to just quickly get into a few other team members. We have REG Architects, Rick is here. We have RDG Development Group, also working on our planning effort. We've been lucky enough to enlist the help of ECF Engineering Consultants. And for construction, we're utilizing a joint venture between the Penta Group, a partner of ours in New York, along with our local partner, Randolph Construction Group, also here. And getting back to Exact Capital now, we have a platform where we've been involved in doing developments for decades. And so we're a vertically integrated group. We own, develop, and build for our own portfolio. We've done in excess of $1.5 billion of development over the past decade. A few examples of our projects look like the Skyline Apartments here that you see in the top left. This is a 250 unit new construction project built in Atlanta on the Beltline. It's actually completed and will be starting to be occupied next month. Right beneath that is the Victoria Tower in New York City, which is the first full service hotel brought to New York City and Harlem in particular in the past 80 years. We have a hotel with 210 rooms. There's a ballroom that supports the arts. We've done historical preservation there, and there's also a residential building right behind it, fronting 126th Street, that has 190 units of mixed income apartments. We did 50% market rate, 30% low income, and 20% middle income. That building is fully occupied and operational to a beacon in the community. It's driving a lot of economic activity, generating tourist dollars and also tax dollars for the city. Right beneath that, we have our Northern Manhattan Equities 3 project. This was a new construction, affordable home ownership project that we were lucky to have Penta partner with us in the construction role. Those buildings are actually done, and we're marketing them right now to the home ownership community in Harlem. Aside from that, we have our preservation portfolio of about 600 units in Harlem that have been renovated to green, clean standards. And these are all affordable housing buildings. Below that, you have our Crotona Park Apartments, which is a workforce housing building. This is actually the very first new construction affordable development we worked on well over about 15 years ago. And it's a point of pride for us. We have Livermore Condominiums, which is a for sale luxury condo in Harlem, where we brought 73 units of luxury condos to the market. This was a deal done as a joint venture with a church, an AME church that had valuable land that their church was sitting on, and they needed an opportunity to monetize that land. So we did a joint venture. We built a new church facility, a new sanctuary, fellowship hall. The church had full and complete design control over their space. we built it all for them turnkey, and above that, we were able to build the condominiums. And then, of course, I have to discuss the award-winning Heron Estates that our partners did right here in the local community. And just as for additional context, I'm here, of course, and my partner Michael Callahan is here somewhere in the back at Exact Capital. Jack Heaney, who is our development director, will be working on this project, as well as Mr. Hurt himself, who is, like I said, is here in attendance with us. We're very pleased to have RDG, Mr. Randall Gregory here from RDG in attendance as well. And we'll be utilizing the services of Brighton Real Estate Partners, which is a property management firm that we have an active relationship with now, who will be actually managing the buildings once they're operational. The Penta Group, as I talked about, as our construction partners, a very well-heeled second-generation construction firm. We've done projects with them. We have a very successful operating relationship with them, and they bring decades of experience of building ground-up new construction multifamily buildings to bear here. And they will be the key team members, as we've introduced very quickly, is George Raptis, who's here. I'm sorry, and Chris Filas, and Nick did not travel today, but he's the gray hair on the team. And of course, we have Randolph Construction, which is our partner is right here. Dwayne Randolph is here, who I think is also, I have to mention this, worked on Heron Estates. So there's a lot of pre-existing relationships on our team. We've worked successfully together on multiple projects, and we're very proud of that because we know we'll be able to be very successful in this project. And of course, ECF Engineering, which I spoke to before. We have our key principal here. And I think you guys are familiar with REG Architects. They've been doing outstanding work in the community for decades now. This is also a second-generation firm. And at that, I'm going to hand the presentation over to Rick and let him bring you through what it is we're going to be building here.
Good evening, board members. It's a pleasure to be here again. We really enjoy working in Riviera Beach, and when I heard about this opportunity to design with this team with whom we've worked with several of the members and create a real gateway for downtown Riviera Beach, which is already underway, we said, absolutely, let's work on this and let's see how we can get to the finish line. This slide just shows 37 years. My father and I started the firm, the third generation. My son is now part of our team. Multiple sites, especially on the east side of Riviera Beach along Broadway. A lot of experience working in the city of Riviera Beach. Our program consists of the following. You asked for a vision that said, take advantage of this site. Maximize the opportunities of this site. Look at the west side, 2601. We did that. We're bringing you affordable workforce housing on the west side in an 8-story smaller building, and market rate 18-story structure on the east side, both buildings forming a real gateway to downtown Riviera Beach on Main Street and Main Street, which is Broadway and Blue Heron Boulevard. These are some of the renderings showing you the larger building on the east side and the smaller one companion to the west side. The program is as follows: 2,600. The larger 18-story building would have 192 market units. It would have a clubhouse on top of the podium, the parking podium with a swimming pool, 3,000 square feet, and 7,000 square feet of retail to activate that corner. That corner used to be very, very busy. There used to be good retail on that corner because it's one of the best corners in Riviera Beach, and we're bringing that back on both sides, on the east side and the west side. The west building would have 86 workforce housing units with a 2,000 square foot clubhouse and 2,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor. These are some views, bird's eye views from the top. You know, another good thing about this project is, and I think we have a rendering, I don't have it right here, but to the north, there's significant construction at the edge of Lake Park and the northern edge now of Riviera Beach. It's really exciting what's happening to this area of Palm Beach County. 25-story structures. The other projects that we've been working on too at the waterway, 23 stories. To the south, related, is also doing some large buildings. So these are very good sized buildings in the middle of the downtown area. These are the floor plans. This is the ground floor plan showing you the respective retail spots on all sides of the building fronting the public realm, and also lobbies and green spaces, courtyard spaces, amenities for the building with a structured parking concealed. This would be the upper amenity deck with the clubhouse on the far east with views of the water, and then the swimming pool and gardens, and then the floor plan distribution for both buildings. Our typical units, very successful units, 1 and 2 bedrooms. Both of them are handicap accessible. We've designed these, we've used these before. They work very well. Wheelchairs can work in the kitchen and in the bathrooms, and they both have full-size washer and dryers, which is also very important to have in these apartments. And of course, the amenities. You cannot forget about the amenities, right? We want to tie it into the marina right here. We want to tie it to the midsection downtown, and we want to go all the way to the north borderline with Lake Park, with amenities that bring back some activities for the public to enjoy the outdoor spaces. Why our team? I'm going to give it back to Craig so he can tell you why we're the best team.
Thank you, Rick. So our winning formula for developing is to make sure we incorporate the community. We are a firm that has done over 4,000 units of development nationally, from Harlem to Atlanta and across the country. And every single development we do, we incorporate the community, and they're at the forefront of development because we're doing it on their behalf. And these are all public-private partnerships that only work because we have the support of government and the support of community. In our plan, we've brought together a winning formula for community benefits that starts at the partnership level. We have a proven bonded construction firm in Penta that will be in partnership with a local minority general contractor, the Randolph Construction Group. Through the strategic alignment, we have the opportunity to source material through all of Riviera Beach, utilizing local vendors, hiring local labor without risk to quality or performance. And we'll incorporate local subcontractors into meaningful trade packages that have a direct impact on their bottom lines. Most importantly, through this formula, we're able to utilize the ex-offender community as well throughout as apprenticeship for various trades. We are well positioned, and we have the track record and the resources to develop, the design, build, entitle, finance this project, and deliver it to this community in 36 months. We've done it around the country, we'll do it here. And I just want to say that, you know, lastly, with every development we've done across the country, we've been able to work exclusively and deliver for the community we wanted to deliver for Riviera Beach. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can I take questions?
Thank you. Question from the board?
Chair,
Commissioner Lanier, you're recognized.
could you tell me more about your returning citizens program in terms of integrating them into the project, more specifically, the City of Riviera Beach's reentry program?
Well, we have a protocol to make sure that we incorporate returning citizens, and we do it in a way in which we'll be able to match folks with areas of interest, apprenticeship with different subcontractors, whether that's electrical, plumbing, masonry, carpentry, and has to be considerable outreach effort involved as well in doing it. And it's bespoke. I can maybe ask one of my team members to add a little bit more color to it, but there's a sincere commitment from the top down on our team for this type of component.
Terrence Davis. Commissioner Lanier, I stand before you as someone who sat in that seat for so many years and asked that question. Exact Capital has taken upon themselves to trust in me someone from this community who's a father, who's a son, and someone who loves this community and understands our reentry program, which I've volunteered for time and time again over the last 6 years. My passion is making sure that we serve 33404. We also reached out to the local only state certified apprenticeship program who has agreed to work with us with the outreach, which is our local labor union right here in Riviera Beach. They're committed. We're committed. We love our people. We love our community. And we want to see people get back to work. And we're focused on that. I will be the community benefits manager. And you will see, not just after this approval, but we will give quarterly reports to your staff and to this commission to make sure that you can see and track what is really happening. I've sat on that board along with some of you for many years, and it hurts not to see it happen. And now I have an opportunity to work with the group to be the green light to make sure it does happen. What better person can do it than someone that you can trust from your community that's going to be the decision maker to make sure that we do the outreach through our local partners, our local nonprofits, our local churches, with the city, with our schools. We're going to get to work, and that's what I'm here for.
That's it for now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears is recognized.
I have a couple of questions, but first, now that you've mentioned Mr. Hurt's name, I have to disclose that I was a member of the Housing Authority Commission for a number of years, and I'm glad to see that you teamed up with them. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to start with the first one. We're talking about a lot of development on Broadway, obviously from Lake Park all the way to the marina. And we're going to need some turning lanes for traffic. Are you able to give us 14 feet? Because we need 14 feet for a turning lane, heading west on Blue Heron, turning north, and then heading south on Blue Heron, turning west. Is that possible to incorporate that into your project?
Okay, so on the western side is much narrower.
Right.
That's going to be difficult, but we'll work with the engineering team to see what we can achieve. The eastern side, there's more room and there's more possibility. Randall, did you want to add? No, okay. And again, it's always a balance, right? Especially in downtowns. I've been located in downtown West Palm Beach for 37 years. I work all over the state of Florida in downtowns. So it's a compromise, right? Do we make a better public realm, plaza space, wider sidewalks, or do we sacrifice or compromise, for automobiles? That's something that we can definitely look into.
And let me just also add to that. Our plan does call for the acquisition of some private sites, and with that, we are able to shift the street a little bit and accommodate wider turning lane on that particular thoroughfare.
Mr. Chair, follow-up?
Recognized.
Okay, so maybe you go a little bit higher on the property to the west and give us that room for the turning lane, because I know that is a narrower parcel, but this is very important. Right now, we own the property. This is not West Palm where the buildings are there already and a new building is coming. We own this property, the city, and we have an obligation to provide the best services to the people who live in this city. So we have this opportunity now. So I think it's important that this be incorporated into the project. And I do hope that you buy additional property, because I think that that's needed to make this project happen. But now on my next question is, what are you looking for from the city, from the city's end on this, from the CRA? What do you expect? Are you going to pay us for this property based on an appraisal price?
So I think that's going to be, all subject to negotiation, and we're fully prepared to move forward in the way in which the city can most benefit. However, we believe that since we have a plan here that calls for 2 buildings, one of which is an affordable building that will not be a tax generator. However, we have a market rate building that will and generate a tremendous amount of taxes for the city. So I'd like to discuss all of the opportunity to generate economic impact for the city based on real estate taxes, sales taxes, employment taxes from the jobs that we create here, in addition to a potential acquisition price. I think it all goes together, but we understand that this is a public-private partnership, and we need to satisfy the interests of the city through this transaction.
So you don't have, Mr. Chair, it's okay to follow?
Recognized.
So you don't have a specific number, or you don't need our money to make this project happen? I understand the affordable housing piece may be a little bit difficult. Maybe we have to help you on that one a little bit. But on the market rate project,
We would be looking for maybe a discounted acquisition or something, but I think so typically, when you're doing projects like this, developer might come to you and say to the city, hey, we're interested in getting a pilot, right? Or and that is part, that pilot is offered as part of a discounted acquisition potentially, or there are different variables that play together, but there was not a mandate in the RFP as issued, but we know the city is interested in generating tax revenue. And we expect this project to be a net positive in that regard, based on all the variables and components that the city benefits from.
Mr. Chair?
You
follow up?
recognized.
Okay, so you do realize that people are paying large sums of money for property the same as this, all the way down Broadway. And I mean a lot of money.
Right.
So the city is going to be looking for pretty much the same on the market rate.
Mhm.
We're going to look for, at least I'm going to recommend that we look for an appraisal based on the zoning
Right.
that you're going to do there. The affordable housing project, I'm clearly open to. I'm a strong supporter of affordable housing. I know that we have to subsidize affordable housing, and I'll be the first one to sit down and negotiate with you. I would recommend that. I think that that's important.
Right.
But please keep in mind, I just wanted to hear from you that you could go ahead with the market rate without us subsidizing the project.
We can, absolutely. But subject to, of course, everything has to be subject to final negotiations, but it is valuable property. We recognize that. And we are interested in generating, like I said, a net benefit to the city in terms of acquisition and future tax revenue.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner McCoy.
Thank you. Mr. Livingston?
Yes, sir.
So I guess I was going to ask the same question because in your pro forma for the tower with the 192 units, it has a space for $3.3 million of city's gap funding. And then I think it was just under $2 million for the other. So can you reconcile that or
Right.
clarify that?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Can you clarify and reconcile that, or what are the assumptions that we have to assume here?
So Commissioner McCoy, that gap funding can be created in a multiple of ways. So there's, for instance, a TIF or a pilot, right? So we could potentially pay an acquisition price, and that gap funded could be generated through a TIF, where we effectively would ask for some type of pilot and utilize that to create the gap funding through private sources. So it's not necessarily capital directly from the city, but it's a source of capital that would be provided from a private source with support from the city.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
One moment, Commissioner Spears. Commissioner McCoy, finish?
Yes.
Ms. Miller Anderson? Thank you. So, Mr. Spears, you're recognized.
Yes, I just want to follow up what Commissioner McCoy said. So if you do a TIF, you're going to do that with private financing. You're not expecting a public TIF where the city would be paying back that.
No, the TIF would be provided by a private financing source.
Okay, but who's going to pay it back? Is it going to be the city, or you're going to pay it back?
We pay it back through, we would be hopefully negotiating some type of reduced tax, like that pilot, over whatever period of time we can agree to with you. But that is what allows the TIF to be funded privately.
Okay. Can you tell me what role the Housing Authority is going to be playing in this project?
Sure. The Housing Authority has had, I think, a pretty impressive and award-winning track record of development in the community. One of the things that we're doing, and Mr. Hurd is here, so we can speak up, but one of the things we want to do is prioritize the occupants of our affordable housing building. We want to make sure that it's designed to the best standards, and that we are also being fully aware of unit composition, family sizes, what the needs of the community are for affordable housing, reaching out to those members of the community, proactively incorporating them into the marketing rental process. But let me give Mr. Hurt an opportunity to also speak on it.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity. This is a exciting opportunity for the Housing Authority to participate in a public-private partnership once again. This is our pathway to increase the amount of affordable housing, not only in this city, but around the country. We are looking forward to partnering with Exact, not only to provide the affordable housing component, whatever financing that we can bring to bear on the affordable housing piece. We will be responsible for the occupancy and marketing of the affordable housing building, and participating, throughout the general process. This, along with other projects we have in the pipeline, will ensure the sustainability of the Housing Authority in the city of Riviera Beach. And this is the type of partnerships that not only this Housing Authority, but all housing authorities across the county are trying to engage to perpetuate and ensure their preservation of affordable housing for low and moderate income families.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
You recognize.
Mr. Hurt, can you tell me, affordable housing is a very broad term.
That's correct.
So what affordable housing, is this going to be workforce housing? Is this going to be low income housing? Is this going to be?
Well, I think
what?
throughout the both buildings,
Senior?
and particularly in a quote unquote affordable housing building, we're going to be looking to target income areas from 50% AMI up to 120% AMI.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
I want to piggyback on that statement that the Housing Authority said. Here's what the city gets when you choose your own housing authority. Well, these vouchers and the money they're going to be bringing in as an income revenue builder, it's going to build their bonding capacity up, which is your local partner, which means the city bonding capacity just went up. So that'd be a wonderful community benefit for this great city of Riviera Beach. You have your own housing authority that you can leverage these resources of funding that builds your bonding capacity, and you have to do special projects for yourself.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Okay. Can you just tell me, I just want to get this clear in my head. The Housing Authority is going to be an actual partner, long-term partner, as long as these projects exist. It's not just a short-term, let's get this past the city council by bringing in the Housing Authority and making them a short-term partner. You're going to be a real partner from beginning to end, correct?
So
After you.
well, I'm happy to say the answer to that is yes. So we're partners across the entire project, from beginning to end, long term. As long as we'll be in it, they'll be in it with us the entire time. This is definitely not a bait and switch. This is a model that we utilize in a lot of the communities we work in, and partnering with local, respected institutions who have delivered and have track records and understand the community. We're new here. We're really relying on the Housing Authority to bring us context and understanding of this community.
And we're hoping that this is the first of several projects that we can partner with.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I did have a few follow-ups. That it was my biggest concern because local participation has been something this board has advocated for. Um, Thank you for bringing some of these partners to the table with Randolph and the Housing Authority and ECF Engineering. I see some of our local, Brother Granberry here, so I see a lot of locals here. First question and concern is, I don't want to see a bait and switch dog and pony show. We're tired of seeing, a lot of these locals paraded here and then not actually be given the work, or it's done as something that is not benefiting the companies. My first concern is Randolph Construction has done multiple projects in our community, but he wasn't in the original proposal. I'm looking at this proposal and I do not see him listed here, but I see that you put him on this presentation. Can we consider Randolph Construction as a minority partner? Have contracts been executed and signed? What does that look like in regards to proceeding with that and making sure that they're part of this?
I'll let him answer himself.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Dwayne Randolph. The simple answer to your question is yes. We have executed teaming agreements with their actual contractor, Penta, as we speak. Those have definitely been executed, and we're definitely satisfied with where we stand in the project.
Okay. And we can consider Randolph as a partner on this project, even though they weren't in the presentation. Ms. Ammons or Attorney Smith?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. Yes, sir.
Well, legal counsel more so.
Oh, could you repeat the question, please?
We can consider Randolph, with this presentation. They weren't in the original proposal.
Yes, we can consider them now that they're publicly stated.
Publicly and executed. Thank you.
Yes.
Because our goal is I don't want to see what we've seen in the past. Organizations will come, they'll parade individuals up here. They don't have contracts, or they don't complete the work with them, or they'll get minimal work. The de minimis work is not going to be acceptable at Riviera Beach. So that's why I'm glad that these partners are here at the table to give us an opportunity. So thank you. Exact Capital, have you done any work in South Florida, Palm Beach County?
No, this will be our first project, but we do have a national presence.
Yeah, I did some research on you, and I'm excited to actually have your interest here in Riviera Beach. So thank you. The fact that you're actually providing some interest and to start right here in Riviera Beach, that's tremendous for what we're doing and the brand we're building. So thank you for that. 36-month time frame was a little long for us. I saw that there were some private sites that you have to acquire with the model. Can we make this model work without acquiring those private sites?
We can, and I'll let Rick speak to that. We've looked at the alternative for.
And that is my concern with the timeline. So the delays in the real estate market and negotiating the terms of the private sites could delay the project. 36 months is a lengthy project, even though it is a substantial building. I think that we can get it done in a quicker time frame. But I know that part of the encumbrances, the properties, and then acquiring the properties will delay some of that project. But your funding capacity seems to be there, so the ability to actually build it's there. But I don't want the securing the additional properties to delay the actual development of that corner parcel when we have the means to just sell the parcel right away.
Yes, and even though 3 years might sound like a lot of time, that includes everything: design time, planning and zoning time, construction documents, bids, permitting, and then construction of both buildings at the same time. The design is flexible. The design can be adjusted both sides. We're looking also on the east side, can we get a little bit more so we can add some more? So we can adjust the designs if necessary, move some of the units from the west side to the east. Or as Glenn mentioned, go a little bit higher so we can get the turning lanes. And if we don't get the adjacent properties, all of these things can be done. But with the help, we look at this as a real P3 project. It's not only Craig's team that he's assembled here, but it's working with the CRA and getting, the help to deliver a really spectacular gateway here at this location.
And one final thing to that point, Mr. Chair. When we talk about community benefits and we talk about true partners with a P3.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Davis. If we can mute our phones, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
When we looked at the solicitation, we saw CRA signature project. So when you look at that corner, what do you foresee? And we gave you our best case scenario and what we can do with our creativity. Along with you working together, guess what we can do? You have the authority as a commission to address the code if that's what you want as well. So that gives you another toolbox to do as we work in a P3 form. So I want to make sure that we all understand that we can work together to get a signature project. And that's what's the big thing. We got the housing authority, we have the CRA, we have the city, we have our local partners. We're ready to roll. And if there's a future hurdle for any team that you may choose, whoever that may be, I would encourage this board to address the code so that this city can get the best case scenario on that corner.
Chair,
Mr. McCoy, you recognize?
thank you. Mr. Livingston, I think it's called Brighton. Is that the name of the property management?
That's the property management firm, yes, Brighton.
Do we have someone here or no?
We do not have a member of Brighton here tonight.
So why Brighton?
We have a pre-existing relationship, and we wanted to have a responsible party associated with our response to the board. We've worked with them. We know how they manage, and one thing that's a particular concern to us is we have seen developments in different cities where certain property managers are not respectful of tenants, particularly because, maybe because of income status or whatever. And we have had to, get rid of certain folks and bring in other folks. And this is a property manager that has performed extremely well for us, has been through the screens of different municipalities around that performance and treatment of tenants and has done well.
Mr. Livingston, thank you. So I was just curious because obviously what I'm going to ask you is more of a question that's directed for the property management arm of it. So on page 34 of the proposal, it just lists this in letter J. There will be no difference in the handling of renewal leases with regards to tenants' income at a property which is receiving tax credits other than at the initial occupancy. And I wanted to get clarification on what that meant.
Well, there's a different set of paperwork that affordable tenants have to provide, because when you're leasing to an affordable tenant, the government creates income compliance requirements, because you can't give a low-income apartment to someone making $200,000 a year. It's an abuse of the program.
Okay, thank you for that. But I guess I was more concerned with there will be no difference in the handling of renewal leases. And I'm only saying that because I see right now, even what we have in our community, we get called when we have tax credit properties and rents change. So I don't know what that means when it says there will be no difference in the handling of renewal leases with regards to tenant incomes at a property which is receiving tax credits other than at the initial occupancy. So I wanted to get clarification on what that meant.
The only difference in the leasing process is affordable tenants have to abide by income certification.
Right, but that is subject to change though. So,
So-
I mean, especially if you have a tax credit property, the amount of a tenant's rent payment could certainly change.
It will change. It does change.
But that's kind of,
No, but
and that's what I know. So when I'm reading this, it says it's not going to be treated any differently
it's just
with regards to a tenant's income.
That comment, that specific comment that you point out, is only addressing the fact that affordable tenants go through a different process, an initial lease up. It's very paperwork intensive. It's all about income compliance, and then they have to go through annual recertifications as well. But that's just kind of like checking the box and making sure that the same affordable tenant is still in there. But I can tell you, Commissioner McCoy, that we don't allow our affordable tenants to be treated any differently than non-affordable tenants. And I'm sorry. And we're of the mindset that low income just means low income. It does not mean low class or anything else. And we don't allow anyone to be treated differently. And I think, maybe Mr. Hurd has something to offer in that regard.
Only thing I would like to add, Councilman McCoy, Commissioner McCoy, is that in most affordable housing and subsidy type housing is that it's very regulatory, as you know, and depending upon the tax credit sponsor, you have compliance with that entity. Depending upon the source of fundings, whether it be federal, county, or state, you have compliance at all of those levels for the affordable housing tenants. And I think the point was that they would not be treated any different than a market rate tenant that does not have to comply with all those regulations from a management perspective and from a resident perspective.
Sure, follow up.
You recognize, Commissioner.
Appreciate that. I think maybe I didn't understand it, or perhaps it could have been worded differently. So financing, and how does that look, and where are we at in terms of timelines to secure financing?
So, Commissioner, I just want to make sure we're clear on the previous point, because I want to be emphatic.
We're good.
Okay. From a financing standpoint, we maintain relationships with some of the top tier money center banks, be they Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. We have active lines out with all of them right now. They have lent or invested money in all of our projects. We have access to tax credit investors, LP equity for actual conventional equity investment into the projects. We're fully prepared, and I think it have a demonstrated track record of capitalizing projects in the hundreds of millions of dollars of development costs, and we fully expect to be able to bring all of that to bear here in Riviera Beach.
And that's O'Connor? I see you have like a letter of credit with O'Connor?
That we do.
Okay.
I did have a follow-up question with that same concern, in reference to the property management company. With a lot of these housing projects, the tenants really hold the council, the board, and staff accountable. Here in the States, we've worked with the Housing Authority and some of the concerns. That's our biggest project and one of our staple projects in the community. So thank you to the Housing Authority, but we still receive all of the phone calls from all the projects that we've approved in the community. So anytime there's a concern, we need to make sure that the property management company is somebody that's going to be pristine, preferably local, preferably somebody that can manage some of the concerns and field these calls, because if the calls are coming to us, that means they're not doing their job. They need to be able to handle the concerns over there, and that's something that the Housing Authority has done a decent job with on one of the first projects we did in the community. So I do have some concerns with the property management, but I just want to make sure that it's somebody that can handle the concerns of our residents and take care of the residents, because we don't want to have to deal with the concerns after we've brought in the affordable housing component to the community. We provide the housing, we need the partners to manage the project.
Chair, we have the same philosophy. So it's funny because we do all this, and ultimately the tenants are the bosses, right? We work to serve them, and we pride ourselves on making sure the real estate is maintained well, clean, decent, repairs are done when they need to be done, and we also make sure that our tenants are treated properly. So it's never we don't have any patience for property managers, vendors, a plumber, anyone who shows up at our portfolio and thinks that tenants can be treated badly. And I think John is here. He can reflect his ethos on that as well.
Thank you. Before we do that, but Chairperson, I mean, you actually carried exactly what it's like. There is not a shortage, and I don't want to, modify your proposal, but I can tell you right now, I really prefer a local property manager because what is it? We're at Berkeley. We have here in the States. I mean, we have properties that's not even tax credit that for some reason they don't have a relationship, or the property management firm is not somebody's local, and they think representative means we represent them in civil actions and property management disputes, and literally it arrives on our desk. And quite frankly, we've seen a horror story which happens to a property management company with employees that weren't properly supervised, and it is turned into a huge investigation. So that's my concern, and I don't want to not have these people here. For me, that's a big deal. Because, Mr. Hurd, I think I've reached out to you at some point regarding these local issues. So that's very important for
That's
me.
one of the reasons I like to respond, Commissioner. I think, number one, you have to think about it's the people that you hire at the site is the ones that make the difference. We've experienced those things here in the States, and we negotiated with our partner there over time to change the on-site staff. It's just in the recent months that they've taken our lead and hired local people. The manager there is from Riviera Beach. They manage not only places like Stony Brook and other places, and they understand the local culture, and the local residents. And I think what will happen is that we will be involved in hiring local people who are familiar with our residents here in Riviera Beach. The Housing Authority has created a property management firm, and we hope to be actively involved, in the ongoing management of particularly the affordable component of this.
Right, and let me just also echo, John is right. Where the rubber hits the road is with the personnel that are actually hired to work at the development. So who the tenants are interfacing with matters. And Mr. McCoy, to address your point just very plainly, look, if folks aren't doing what we pay them for, they get fired, they get replaced, right? And if one of the reasons, and I've talked about this, we believe in partnering, we believe in developing inclusively, and one of the reasons why we have the benefit of having the Riviera Beach Housing Authority is to provide guidance to us, right? And so their experience in property management and what they've just dealt with in this market is very important. And I understand the sensitivity that the community is expressing right now. We will have property management there that is not of the concern that you have. We will make sure that we have property management that's treating tenants properly, understands local tenants, the local issues, and we'll be following a lot of guidance that our partner provides to us. I mean, we're not going to spend this kind of money to not deliver the right service to tenants.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I guess that's just the sentiments. I would have liked to see a representative from the organization that's going to be representing the firm. I know that we have our partners with the Housing Authority that will be overseeing as partners with the local component. But if they're going to be managing the project, regardless of where they're from, they could have been here with this being one of the biggest projects we've had in years. As my Commissioner Spiritus mentioned, I want to see all the people that's going to be partnering with our team to negotiate with our staff. So that's moving forward. When we do bring this to the table, my biggest thing, and as all these gentlemen know, has been about local. So let's try to find local partners to make sure they're managing some of these local concerns.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Thank you so much. Commissioners, let's take a 3-minute recess. Let the other team switch out, come in, and we will be back 3 minutes quickly. Quick break. Go ahead, Ms. Emmons.
That they are not here would be Capodagili, and that's spelled Capodagli. They were invited tonight. And I want to make sure that no one is in the room. We didn't overlook them, and if not, we'll go to the second.
Oh, I'm sorry. We invited them to present. They did not show?
That is correct.
Okay, so we only had two presentations tonight.
So 2 presentations tonight. So we
sounds
will
good.
move on to Pinnacle, or AKA 2600 and 2601 Broadway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Desir, if you can set the timer.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Thank you.
You can.
Good evening. Waiting for our. Oh, perfect. Good evening, Mr. Chair, council people / CRA board members. My name is Tim Wheat, and I'm with Pinnacle Communities, one of the partners in 2600 and 2601 Broadway partners. Very pleased to present to you our vision for the response to this ITN for the signature project here in Riviera Beach. It's a cold night, so I'm wearing my hat. So, okay, that prop didn't really work all that well. So anyway, but it's a nice hat, and it's a chilly evening. So we'll walk you through the presentation. I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions. But the one thing I want to certainly emphasize this evening is we are a team with a track record of success here in Riviera Beach, and we're excited for the opportunity to replicate that success here again with the signature project. The leadership team, it's a venture between the principals of Pinnacle and the principals of Wendover Housing Partners, the same partners working together that built the successful Berkeley Landing community, which opened this year in Riviera Beach to much acclaim. I have been with Pinnacle for 22 years. My two founding partners, Louis Wolfson and David Deutsch, founded Pinnacle in 1997. Jonathan Wolf is the founder of Wendover Housing Partners. His partner and CEO, Ryan Von Weller, have had also a long relationship. What you're getting with this team is two best-in-class developers in the affordable and workforce housing space with a proven track record of success. Our team members, again, we're about replicating success. So we've put the same team members together in order to execute and successfully execute on the signature project. We formed a construction partnership with D. Stevenson Construction that we call PCDS Construction. We've built multiple developments, including Berkeley Landing. Dwight Stevenson is here tonight representing PCDS Construction. Wendover Management is here tonight. They'll manage the community as they do Berkeley Landing. Bob Cuttle, the regional manager, is here. And Courtney Pertilla, who is the on-site 24/7 property manager at Berkeley Landing, is also here representing the team. You can reference any questions to Courtney about Berkeley that you may hear from residents tonight. Lucille Hinner's Architecture. Lucille is a state of Florida licensed minority business firm. She used to be with RLC Architects, and she founded her firm. RLC was the designer on Berkeley Landing. We have the Keith team here, Jorge Valle-Palo and Andrea Harper with the Keith team, and they'll handle civil engineer, land planning, landscape architecture, surveying, and the whole 9 yards. And then Urban Design Studios, Ken Tuma is here, a principal with Urban Design. They'll help us guide us through the land development process. Again, this is a proven team. With Pinnacle and Wendover, you get 20,000 completed units combined in this space. So we do this all the time. We've been doing this for 30 plus years. And a combined $6 billion in combined development investment. And we have experience with not only affordable developments, workforce developments, mixed income developments, and retail uses within our communities. And a successful history of public-private partnership in a wide range of things, working ranging from special needs housing to public lands to fostering large-scale public-private partnership. It's a space that both firms have worked in for many, many years, and we have been trailblazers in gaining competitive resources from the State Housing Finance Corporation and local interests, and also trailblazers in doing Berkeley Landing in Riviera Beach and many other communities. You're familiar with Berkeley Landing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it. It's noteworthy for a lot of reasons. One of the things that we do in our designs is uplift communities, make them indistinguishable from luxury communities. And we donated 2 public art spaces, followed your code for creating civic open spaces, one on Broadway by a noted Mississippi-based artist called Gregory Moran, and Romero Brito along Lakeshore Drive. And they really add to the sense of community and pride for the residents that live there. Well amenitized community as well, with a swimming pool, fitness, meeting space, and the like. Our residents love it there. And we have some testimonials that we were able to collect from our residents this evening. Berkeley Landing is an award-winning development, having won the Roy F. Kenzie Award for the Outstanding Housing Development in a Large City for the Florida Redevelopment Association. And the CRA staff and representatives of the city proudly accepted that award a few months back. It truly proves that this was a transformative development, and you in this city have been recognized by your peers for this success. Pinnacle is also an award-winning community with Pinnacle 441 in Hollywood, a 2-phased mixed-use, mixed-income development that was determined to be the Structures Award winner for the best affordable housing community in South Florida by the South Florida Business Journal in 2024. 213 units, 2 different lotteries for 2 phases with a combined 31,000 registrants for 213 units. Proving the demand and something of high quality is important to our communities in Riviera Beach as well. Catchlight Crossings might be the most impactful public-private partnership in the history of the state of Florida, being executed by Wendover Housing along with Universal Studios, Orange County, and numerous other players such as the Bezos Academy. It is creating 1,000 units of housing to house workers at Universal Studios and the other theme parks in Orange County. A truly impactful and cutting-edge public-private partnership. Let's talk about what we want to propose here for the signature project this evening. We want to shift the paradigm, create a wonderful new community here at 2600 and 2601 Broadway. Our development plan marries the stunning best-in-class design with needed housing affordability, creating 106 spacious units, including a really awesome rooftop deck where residents will have glorious views of your amazing city, the Intercoastal, Peanut Island, and the like. We propose 4,000 square feet of commercial, 3,000 on the east side of Broadway, another 1,000 square feet on the west side, and civic open space as we did with Berkeley Landing. A parking garage with 157, or total of 157 parking spaces, 141 of which in a parking garage. And the goal is to revitalize the Broadway corridor with an amazing plan. If only when we flew these aerials, it wasn't a hazy day in South Florida, but as we can see, the weather's been kind of unpredictable lately. But you can see the plan and the buildings and its orientation to the existing streetscape here in Riviera Beach, and different perspectives give you the beauty of the building movement and the way that it will enhance the streetscape. 7 stories with an 8-story deck on the east side, 3 stories on the very narrow former pawn shop site on the west side. And again, some different perspectives, including some wraparound balconies, a large mural. As you know, and have heard me talk about, we at Pinnacle in particular are very fond of art in public places. So a public plaza with a sculpture won't be the end, but rather the beginning of our emphasis on art in public places. We've given a timeline, which we've adjusted slightly since our original submittal, based on we were hoping that there might be a selection process that would wrap up in December to allow us to pursue some financing. But we generally believe we'll be completed with this development by March of 2028. Our community amenities and unit mix, we got 95 units in the tower and an additional, got to do the math in my head, 11 units on the west side of the street. And it includes all of the highest quality finishes. For those of you who have had a chance to see what we did at Berkeley Landing, it'll be that and then some, including focusing on safety, security, state-of-the-art fitness, and again, this glorious rooftop deck that we plan at in the tower on the east side. The important thing to emphasize is, again, you're talking, we're a team with proven success. We proved we could leverage local, state, federal resources, raise private equity and debt with Bank of America and the National Equity Fund on Berkeley Landing. We're certainly capable of replicating that here with the signature project. And we propose two different pathways that will go simultaneously. One using a similar pathway that we did on Berkeley Landing, seeking housing tax credits from Florida Housing, and another one taking advantage of funds that are appropriated through the Live Local Act that are $100 million that's appropriated once a year. You're familiar with that because it's the same financing strategy that Related Group used in the marina. Marketing and management by our friends at Wendover. Management will foster quality living, social gatherings, and especially taking advantage of our awesome rooftop amenity. And we'll focus on, obviously, curb appeal, maintenance. If you've had a chance to drive through Berkeley, you see the development maturing and looking beautiful. We'll have that same emphasis and then some here. And the presence of an on-site property manager who's available to the residents, just like Courtney is, 24/7. Local participation, your goal is 15%. We will meet it. We did not meet the 15% goal in Berkeley Landing. That was a tremendous learning experience for Dwight and the team and myself. We came up just a few percentage points short at around 12%. But we've learned from that experience, and we have a series of strategies that we're prepared to implement to meet or exceed your objectives in that area. Just a reminder, although it was mentioned at the beginning of the introduction to this agenda item, the selection committee gave us the highest score entering into this process of presentations. We just wanted to keep that in mind. And I think that that's, again, reflective of our strive for success and our desire to repeat that success with you. So in closing, why choose our team? We have a proven commitment to the city and its long-range goals. We really enjoyed working with the city on Berkeley Landing. We tried to capture and captivate the city's interests, and we think we accomplished that. Of course, nobody's perfect. We tried to learn from the things that we didn't do as well. We'll incorporate that here. But again, it's a proven team and a proven level of commitment. An alliance between two best-in-class companies. We're in a very competitive industry. When two companies can get together and merge their corporate cultures and learn from each other, it's a benefit to everyone, and that's what Wendover and Pinnacle have done together. We have demonstrated credibility with the public sector as well as private financial institutions and investors. Just us at Pinnacle, we've placed nearly $500 million of debt and equity just in the last 6 or 7 years. And Wendover, obviously with Catchlight Crossings and other things, are equally adept at providing guarantees, putting capital stacks together, and making projects work from a financial structure standpoint. We have an amazing professional team that successfully completed an award-winning development in your community, is eager, chomping at the bit to do it again. And I can't emphasize enough about the experience in public-private partnerships. Not every company and every firm gets the rhythm of working and negotiating and listening to the public sector partner. This would be different than Berkeley Landing for us because you own the land, you control the development destiny, and you would have procured us through a procurement process. Well, that's a thing I've been through many times in my nearly 40-year career in urban redevelopment and affordable housing, and certainly that's demonstrated in Pinnacle's experience and Wendover's. Our commitment to art in public places and our commitment to local hiring, I've touched upon. So in closing, it would be a real honor for all of our team to be part of this. A personal story about this site that I wanted to tell you. My dad had two best friends, both of whom lived in this area. One of them was Zell Davis, and I know Councilman McCoy, you know Zell. The other was Jerry Thomas, who founded First Marine Bank, that was headquartered on this site. And Jerry Thomas was a legend. He was a state senator. He founded banks. The bank grew. It had the largest holdings of any Palm Beach County-based bank at one time. And when he died in 1980, my father and Zell were crushed. You know, he was a legend. And my dad always told me, you need to be like Jerry Thomas. You can have a career just like Jerry Thomas. So the opportunity, I get chills thinking about the opportunity for a personal perspective to be able to do something impactful on the site. So with that, I thank you for your time, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, sir. Question on the board? Dr. Spirit is recognized.
When you're heading west on Blue Heron, are you willing to give up 14 feet? Can you still do this project if you have to give up 14 feet for a turning lane heading north when you're going west on Blue Heron? And are you able to give up 14 feet when you're heading south on Broadway for a turning lane heading north on Blue Heron?
So you're suggesting we give up 14 feet on the north side of Blue Heron at the northeast corner for an inbound right on to Broadway?
Correct.
Okay, and then another 14 feet headed southbound on US 1 to make an inbound right, or maybe
West, right, on
Okay.
Blue Heron.
I don't know whether the geometry would support that. Lucille, you could take a stab at this if you want. I will say giving up right away is something we're familiar with here in Riviera Beach. We gave up 10 feet of right of way for Berkeley Landing. We had a little more space to work with. This is a little bit more compact. I think it's within the realm of possibility. One of the cool parts of our design, though, is we have 2 points of entry and exit from the parking garage we propose in the development or on the tower. And it allows us to give residents a number of entry points where they're not trying to have to cross or make an outbound left on the US 1. You could exit the parking garage on 27th and go east and then come out Lakeshore and loop back around that way, or you can exit the parking garage right at Blue Heron. But the question of whether or not we have 14 feet of room, I'll let Lucille answer. The one thing that we did say in our proposal is that there are some revisions to the code that we would need, and we delineated them in our response in order to make our plan, particularly for the tower, workable, some step back and setback requirements, but I'll let Lucille answer.
Thank you. Good evening. So our plan, like Tim mentioned, you can access from both Blue Heron and 27th Street on the 2600 parcel. And then we also have access from 27th Street on the 2601 parcel. We know for the geometry, we can certainly take a look at it. This is, a flexible design, and we can see what we can accommodate. We can run the geometries and look at that. But we think right now the plan is good enough to show you how you can go around, come to Blue Heron, turn around, and also go back to 27th Street. But we're certainly happy to work with the staff and figure out how it could work.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Recognize.
It's not your building alone that we're concerned with. I'm concerned with all the other buildings going up on Broadway and the traffic we're going to have. We can see right now at about 4 o'clock rush hour, if you're heading south on Blue Heron, you're almost backed up to Lake Park. The traffic is horrible there right now, so we have to take this into consideration.
I would tell you two things to that. One is we certainly, if selected, or even if you select us just to enter into negotiations, as part of that process, we could commission a traffic study right away and start to try to dive into that, because I think it's relevant for the negotiation process. Because you said, Councilman Spiritus, that we have to look at the bigger picture. We get that. So that's, I think, an important element. Second thing is we would probably set up a pre-application meeting with FDOT to see what flexibility they have. Studying the building geometry, that's kind of hard to off the cuff say, can I give up 14 feet here or there? There might have to be some give in some other areas that we would have to study a little bit, but I think there's some steps that we would want to take to get you an answer to the core question you're asking, which is how do we manage explosive growth and explosive traffic? Because, US 1's only 4 lanes, and it's not going to get any bigger.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair, or you
You
want to
recognize.
give other? Okay.
Go ahead.
Income level, are both buildings going to be the same as far as income, or are you going to have one building market rate and one building affordable?
Both buildings will be roughly the same. We haven't mapped out exactly like how we distribute the units at varying income tiers, including any that we might do at market rate. I don't know if I want to, I would prefer personally an equitable distribution between the two. I think that height might drive that a little bit in terms of some of the upper income tiers and market rate units might be on the upper floor though, of the taller building.
Thank you. You recognize.
Follow-up. So what is the AMI going to be? I see you use 9% tax credits for Berkeley. You're planning on you're hoping that you're going to win a 9% tax credit on this project. So what's your AMI going to be? What's your mix going to be?
We have two strategies. Okay. With the 9% tax credit, as you pointed out, we would use what's called income averaging, which we also used at Berkeley, which would be an average of 60% AMI, high as 80%. With some, and then you have to balance it out with some at lower levels. So it would be an average of 60. If we wind up, we're studying the alternate live local strategy, which we would target some units at about 100% of the area median income, and then 20% of the units at 50% of the area median income. It's a similar strategy to what Related did. Why are we doing it that way in that model? It has to do with some provisions of the tax code. If I can take 30 seconds to explain, since you asked the question, is that the area in which this development is not a designated difficult to develop or qualified census tract. So we don't get an automatic boost in the credits. So it gives us, we can get that boost to Florida Housing can grant discretionary boost with a 9% credit award, which is what we got with Berkeley Landing. We can't get that in the live local model. So we'll probably have to target more units at 100% AMI with some at 20% at 50. I hope that explanation made sense.
I got it. Mr. Chair, follow-up?
Recognize.
Okay, so you're looking to get live local workforce housing money. You're going to look to the state, and you're going to look to, I assume, the county as well, if you're going to follow the same Related plan. What happens if you don't get this money?
I think we have a proven track record of success in getting it.
There's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee.
All right, so it's all based upon you being approved under these programs.
It's based on being approved under these two programs. I can't rule out us using other programs, such as SAIL, to try to cobble together a transaction that works.
But it's all
SAIL,
based,
4% credits.
Okay, but it's all based on government funding.
It's based
for the
on
most
leveraging
part.
government funding with private equity, yes.
Okay.
The problem for us is the scale at 106 units. It's difficult to execute on that and do a structured parking garage, even with the subsidy we're asking for from CRA, in order to make our numbers work.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Chair. Can I follow up?
You recognize.
Okay, so you just brought up a subsidy from the CRA. What is that subsidy you're looking for?
We're requesting two components of subsidy: $4.375 million for the construction of the parking garage and an additional $640,000. So the city would designate us the sole, quote, local government area of opportunity development coming from the city of Riviera Beach to Florida Housing in order for us to get the 9% housing tax credits. Same strategy we used for Berkeley Landing, but combined, that's like 5.1 million.
So 5.1 million. Mr. Chair, can I follow up?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so I guess you're looking for the parking because it's a wraparound development, and I know the cost of wraparound parking garages is very expensive, so I assume that's why you're looking for the subsidy.
Right.
Have
You know,
you thought about putting the parking in a different location? Across the street maybe, or
you know,
buying additional property or whatever?
we can always look at we responded based on what's in front of us. We're not averse to acquiring additional property. We would be concerned about the parking not being connected to the tower. I think that would hurt us from a safety standpoint, folks having to cross Broadway to get to the building. That probably isn't optimum. I mean, you could do a deck of parking with a liner if we had more depth on the west side, but that site's very shallow. And this is the struggle that we have, Councilman Spiritus, dealing with a 0.8 acre site and one that's 0.5 or a little less than 0.5. It's challenging.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Lucy.
Yeah, I also wanted to add that, part of your code is also trying to conceal the parking garage so that it's behind the buildings. If we move it all to the 2601 building, you would just have a big parking garage there. And also the concerns of safety of the pedestrians having to carry their groceries across to get to their unit. So just another reason why we have the concealed parking garage structure wrapping around the building.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you. Commissioner Spiritus, you done with
I'm
your
finished,
questions?
thank
Commissioner McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you. So to that point, Commissioner Spiritus, you talked about a 14 feet. Is that something that is a mobility matter for TPA?
Yeah, that's standard for a turning lane with.
I just was looking at this zoning regulation for downtown core, and specifically along Broadway, there's a required 15-foot setback already. So to ask to give up an additional 14 on top of 15, you're talking about, I mean, that's going to be drastic and almost impossible to, I mean, you basically got to reconfigure the whole entire plan.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Right, I believe you can go higher in height. We have the authority to approve higher height.
Yeah, but, I mean, when you ask that question, are they willing to do it? I mean, there are a number of assumptions and other factors that has to be considered. And certainly I just wanted to bring that to your attention because I was even looking in here, and then even, I guess this is a question for Mr. Wheat. I was looking at, or perhaps maybe your zoning person, urban, seems like it's pretty bare bone minimum for just parking in terms of, I know certainly for the disabled parking, or maybe, I don't know, who is it, Ms. Harper or someone that can speak to that?
Well, actually, in terms of disabled parking, we comply with the minimum code requirements for handicap parking.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, so looking at 2,600, you guys are looking at
95 units.
5 units and 11 on
right
2601. And that seems pretty, I like the civic, I like the open space, but yeah, I just was hoping that we was going to see something a little more denser in, especially with a $5 million ask.
I understand. And it's a fair question, but we're balancing a lot of factors here. One is construction cost. Two is trying to orient parking relative to the buildings. Three, as I mentioned, Commissioner Spiritus, is that you've got depth issues on the westernmost parcel. That's a factor that has us hesitating to go above 3 on that particular parcel. So we tried to find an appropriate balance in our plan where parking was adjacent to the units that we were building. You know, am I going to say here that we're not open to, you know, adjustments or enhancements? Of course we are. But, you know, I just wanted you to understand the thought process that went into how we sort of mapped this out.
I appreciate that. And, you know, I'm can only be forward and direct as I am all the time. You know, looking at the aerial views, it looks really nice. In fact, I think it's really good, especially for the corner of Broadway and Blue Heron. However, I got to go back to that green space. We had, if board members can recall, we had a similar in-house project that was proposed that looks almost exactly like what you have with a waterfall there. And we moved away from that because we wanted to see more development on that corner. But that was about 4 years ago, members, or so. But you know, I love the design of the building, but certainly it almost looks like we're not even touching the northwest corner of Blue Heron and Broadway. That's just, you know, a very direct approach. I know this was brought up previously, and obviously this is subject to negotiations and some other discussions, but I'm you know, it's a really tough one to sell on $5 million ask. You know, obviously, I would hope that there would have been some consideration of property acquisition to make this, you know, a little bit more units. I mean, we're giving up quite a bit of real estate, Mr. Wheat, under this proposal. So that's what I observe. And you know, to that point, right? What's really great about the one civic open space is that I know down at Aquilina, we have something similar that came before the board with a portion of civic open space. But, you know, I thought for us, and I think you hit the nail on the head with 2600, but 2601, I just was hoping that we could find a better balance of, you know, some more units.
Understood.
Thank you.
And we put a lot of thought and analysis. We get real-time numbers on developments that we're doing all over South Florida, as does Wendover. You know, we were very upfront, just like, you know, you know, we appreciate the upfront candor. You know, the numbers, we would wish we could get the amount that we thought the city's contribution would be, or make an substantial annual lease payment. But this is sort of how our numbers shook out, and we shared that data. Obviously, if, you know, market conditions are more favorable to us, we want the city to benefit from that.
Sure.
And we're open-minded to that as well.
Can you speak to, and I got a 200-page proposal here. What does the retail component look like in terms of square footage on the 2601 site?
It's just 1,000 square feet. We were thinking small professional office there. And I think 3142 on the east side. And, you know, we obviously want to target a restaurant. I think that would be our best use, and that's mentioned in the ITN as a potential goal. So we'll look at that. We're doing a restaurant at our Pinnacle 441 development down in Hollywood as sort of our anchor commercial tenant there. So restaurant would be a potential target.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional comments? Okay.
Chair,
You're
one
recognized.
comment. I just want to go back to your management company, and,
Sure.
and I really don't like to bring this up, but I did try to contact your management company numerous times after the building was built and had no way of getting through to them, and nobody called me back. I did hear that you changed some people there, so hopefully that made a difference, but I can tell you for about the first month, I couldn't get through to anybody.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate, but there were some changes after the first couple of months of operation that I know that, you know, were pretty well publicly known. Courtney's here, Bob's here, and I apologize on behalf of our team, and I'm sure they're not at fault, but we'll make sure we're back to you, and anything that you need, we certainly will accommodate you. You have my personal apology.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so I do have a few questions.
Sure.
I did notice the density was a little bit low. What is the size of that parcel? Staff, Ms. Hammonds?
Which parcel?
2600.
2600 is 0.8837 acres.
The density that you guys chose and our zoning for that area, is that what you felt would be able to fit on that that parcel with the current, without acquiring any additional land?
Yes.
Okay. So this project works without any acquisition of additional land or any projects?
That's correct. Our response to your ITN is based on our economic modeling and solely on the property that was referenced in the ITN, no acquisition of other parcels.
Okay.
As I mentioned, we're open-minded to it. We had some attempts to try to contact adjoining owners and didn't have any success, but we would dig in deeper if we're selected to enter in negotiations, if that's an objective of the CRA board.
Okay. The timeline was fair. It was comparable to a 2.5 year period, almost 3 years. We would like to see an expedited timeline if possible, but we understand that additional land acquisitions would delay that, but then also permitting and making sure our staff does their part to get everything done. But we'd love to see an expedited timeline if possible for that project if we move forward with your team. Both units are affordable, no market rate, and you're looking for a $4.375 million subsidy for the parking garages.
Correct.
If this tax credits, I think one of my colleagues mentioned about the tax credits, if they're not secured, what does this do with your timeline in regards to developing this project?
It could potentially delay it.
It does potentially delay it?
Yes. That's why we want to pursue multiple options.
It's not secured. Would you be asking for a specific timeline for securing tax credits? Would you be asking for 2 cycles, 2 runs at it? I think that's the standard.
Yeah, we would want to have multiple shots at it for sure.
Okay.
While we're also pursuing other viable pathways.
Of course.
Yeah. We're not going to sit on our hands and wait once a year. I promise you that.
The community benefits component, I don't know if we touched on the community benefits, but what does the community benefits or any of that package look like for local participation, vendors? What are some of the benefits from the local residents from this project?
Well, we want to emphasize local hiring, both not just at the corporate level in terms of hiring subcontractors. We also want to make sure that local individuals have a chance to participate in the hiring process for our subcontractors, contractors, and also part of the long-term operations. So we did, with Berkeley Landing, we did do a job fair. We did not have great results from that, where the turnout was low. We're going to have to look at some better ways of doing that. But we also would be willing to take on, mentorship training, internship programs that involve folks from the community that they can learn about the development process and also, or the management process or the design process. We did take on an intern from the city's internship program during Berkeley Landing. We also want the development, I'll let Dwight talk a little bit here more about it, but the other thing is that we want our development, to be a long-term resource to the city. With Berkeley Landing, we've made our facilities and our common area meeting space open. We had 2 live work spaces, as you know, and we encourage local vendors, and we're in discussions with the Black Business Association of Riviera Beach to move into one of our live work spaces. So those are exciting developments for us. We want to have enduring economic ties to the community and have those ties be reciprocal. I'll let Dwight answer a little bit more.
Thank you. I did want to hear a little bit more about, I know you spoke earlier about the strategies on Berkeley, since you referenced the falling short, the 12%. I want to see what strategies are we going to implement, what we're done with the previous projects to make sure that we can address the local participation and local hiring. Mr. Stevens, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dwight Stevenson. I'm with D. Stevenson Construction, and it's great to be before you again this evening. The project, Berkeley Landing, is one that we're very proud of as a team. This team has worked together in the past on several projects, probably the last 20 years, probably 10 or 12 projects, and we've done it successfully. Minority participation is very, very important to Pinnacle as well as myself. I take great pride in getting other minority or other Black-owned companies involved in what I'm doing. There are other projects that we've done in other parts of the counties where we have great minority participation. This one right here, we did come up a little short. It wasn't without trying. And I think some of you might know some of the stories there and stuff, which but point is that we did try, and some of the things that we have to do to correct it so that does not happen again. It's something that we'll make sure it does not happen again. So one of the things is the community, reaching out to the community, inviting them out to see and be a part of what we're doing as a team. We want them to get involved and stuff. So and we'll do that. So anything else?
Well, I did kind of want to hear about some of the strategies that we would actually implement. Like, what exactly can we do? Because you guys are a staple here in the community. You've built an amazing
Right.
project, and you've gone through the hoops and hurdles of trying to find local participation. But it also gave you a advantage in regards to knowing what needs to be done moving forward.
Right.
Because we've advocated. This project actually is one that this exact board advocated for and passed. So we
Right.
saw this from the beginning to the end and
Mhm.
made sure that we push forward. So I want to make sure that before we select another team, that they're going to select locals, hire local, and make sure that the residents that are spending that we're spending our dollars on,
Yes.
$4.375 million worth of just parking garage
Right.
is going to be poured back into the community with the local vendors. So what do those strategies actually look like? Because just giving them a chance is not going to be good enough for me to make sure that they benefit this time.
Yes, sir. And just to talk about some of the things that did happen on the project last year and stuff. We met some teams, some companies. They might not have did work on this project, but we used and we hired them other places and stuff where we're doing out at the in Boynton Beach. We're doing a library out there that we hired people right here from the community. We have some other people, other companies. I didn't ask everybody. I didn't ask them for permission to use their names, but they're individuals. They're companies from right here in Riviera Beach that we're doing work with them in other places. So when we get ready to do this project, we're going to be even more familiar with them. We think we're going to stand a better chance of doing work with them and doing even bigger work. So that's part of our strategy there. So,
Recognize Mayor.
yes.
Yeah. Push your base in. The base. Check.
From Riviera Beach?
Yes, we have locals, yes, that we are talking to right now, yes, about being
Up on the contract.
a contract.
No, and our core
Come
team,
on.
the core team that we showed you, Mr. Mayor, thanks, good evening. The core team that we went over, our design and overall team is not, there's no one that's Riviera Beach based
Okay.
currently.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional comments from the board? I see Ms. Harper from Riviera Beach.
Chair.
Recognized.
So I will say, Mr. Wheat, thank you for starting your presentation by highlighting the fact that you came up short the first time. You know, it goes a long way with me when people recognize what they can do better, because for some reason we have a lot of people in this community, within this organization, that literally believe that they're perfect. And when you said that, along with you're the only person that's been up tonight with a tie on, that really, for me, that says a lot. And I know there's challenges, right? We talk about bringing in all of these people, let's do local, but, quite frankly, I don't want you to compromise your project if you're going to bring somebody in that's not qualified. So, and everybody wants a job, everybody wants to get paid, but nobody wants to do the prerequisite steps and have the experience necessary that you got to have and vouch for. So I can respect, that position. But certainly, I recognize that there is a shortage of good working professionals, not just in the construction trade, but certainly in other professions as well. So for me, but I shared my other concerns with you, but I think you guys have done a great job at 2600. That rendering is really nice. Obviously, I think certainly we could have done more. And I remain optimistic about your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just address that. No, I'm sorry. Two things. One is Andrea's reminding me we'll revisit obviously, if we're invited into negotiations, we're going to look at, we're willing to sit with staff and with any representatives that are appointed from the CRA board to look at everything, including, we've heard a lot of feedback here, and we're open-minded, particularly, like you said, on density, on accessibility, access to the building. But the thing that I wanted to touch on is that we have to thread this needle in our industry right now between performance and the things we want to do and the things that we're obligated to do for the people that fund $50, $100 million developments such as this. When we built Berkeley Landing in 2022, we were struggling with rapidly escalating costs. A development that we thought when we originally came to you and presented 5 years ago, that was $20 million, wound up being $39 million. And we had to make some difficult choices based on, people that we knew could perform and people that we could rely on to give us a price they would stand behind and lock pricing. We did all kinds of things as a team to lock pricing. We pre-purchased materials, windows, and stored them in the warehouse around the corner and rented that space, air conditioning, all kinds of stuff. We pre-purchased millions of dollars of equipment because costs were escalating exponentially at the time. We're in a more stable cost environment, and now, thank God, we'll see tariffs and all this, but who knows? But we are in a more stable cost environment. We're not in the middle of a crisis. But the one thing, if this is the last thing I say tonight to you, I want to say that if you go back and you watch our presentation in 2020 or 2021, where someone came and sprayed every microphone after everyone spoke, and you look at what Berkeley Landing was proposed to be when we came before this council, it is exactly that today, and probably even better. So I think we're a team that thrives on success and wants to meet the challenge and will do our best and be humble about it to uphold our promises.
Additional comments? You're recognized.
Mine's are kind of bad. Is that the Ann Harper? My bad, Rivera Beach. Just a shout out, Ann taught me how to play basketball, y'all. Forgive me for not being able to recognize you.
Oh wait, that's your 15% right there. And I'm trying, Ms. Harper, I'm trying to plug for you. 15%. I mean.
Additional comments? Thank you so much for the presentation and thank you for the time, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
We will, at this time, I will ask the council to please rank the two.
Well, before we do that, do we go and summon our other crew to come back in?
Oh, yes.
So they can be a part of the scoring?
And do we have public comments for this?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have comment cards. We have 2 comment cards for this item.
Thank you. We'll listen to public comment. If we can, go ahead and have the other team come in.
Scott Lewis, followed by Margaret Shepard.
I'll let the chair know.
Evening, Scott Lewis. The 2 properties, I heard Councilman Speardas bring it up. I have a real concern about the future of Broadway in terms of traffic. Currently, I think Broadway is rated at 30,000 trips a day. You've got 8 major projects that are about to come online on Broadway. They have about 2,500 trips apiece. That's 20,000 new trips on this road. I know you all have seen it. Coming south on Broadway at rush hour, it's already backed up almost to Nautilus sometimes. Imagine 20,000
2,000 new cars a day on that road. Please value that 14-foot turning lane like you have coming east, like you have going north. Get it going west and when you're coming south. This is probably the most important intersection in the city. It will become a terrible choke point if you don't insist on retaining property you already own. Don't give it away because you're going to give away the future of traffic jams and gridlock. Please be careful with that because it's going to be very important for this intersection. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. While they both gave good presentations, I too have been looking at that block for a very, very long time. And as the gentleman spoke, I was one of the ones that voted for Berkeley Landing. I think it's a great project, and it's small and it fits within that range. But I have to think about the housing authority, how they're growing. It's important that we have fair housing in our city. It's no more public housing. It's no more vouchers here in the city of Riviera Beach. They're all in West Palm Beach. And as I think and I look around and been in planning and zoning for so many years, and when people stand there and talk to me, I have to be realistic. What's good for the city? Yes, we all know that whole block down Broadway, regardless how we feel, is going to be congested. We have the Optima, we have the other project they're building, Lake Park. Riviera Beach is on the move. If I had to choose, my realistic thought is that the housing authority wanted that piece of property, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. For some reason, it collapsed. And now they're back on the map again. They're building, their partnership is great. A lot of them I know personally. I do know a lot with this particular group. But what's the best for the city? They're striving to make excellent here. This is the only housing authority I could really think of moving the city forward. As you listen to California and what's going on, a lot of those houses will never be built. They will never, ever come up to par. I'll be very proud if a lot of them, because I have a sister out there and I'm asking her to come here and be a part of the growing part of Riviera Beach. If I had to choose, that's if I had to choose, I would think of the Capital Group. I would think of Mr. Hurt, John Hurt, who has been extremely wonderful to me, as well as Mr. Jackson. They are really putting their feet forward to make sure that the residents of Riviera Beach have a say-so in how this city is built. I heard someone say that the housing authority got the hair in the state for $1 or what. That's not true. I sat there in the county commissioner office and see how they lobbied and got $300 million. I hope I'm saying it right. So they are working very hard to make this project a success. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Hammonds?
Yes, thank you, Chair. At this time, I would ask for the council to please rank their choice between the two proposals, and then we'll take a, if allowed, just a brief recess to tally the scores.
So, question with this and with the ranking. This was an ITN.
Yes.
These projects are so vastly different.
Mhm.
And you want us to rank and compare the two of which one we like the best.
That's correct.
The concerns that we had with some of the projects, some of the board we've discussed, acquiring some of the projects on one, acquiring some of the parcels and property on one, to requiring tax credits on the other. Is it feasible for us to negotiate as staff, because it was an ITN with both teams, to allow for negotiations to begin with staff, to determine what could be done to come to the table with final proposals, because one team did tell us that they needed a subsidy of a certain dollar amount of 4.375 million in regards to parking. One team didn't have the final numbers because we haven't negotiated. We still have some vague information that we're missing. And is it possible to begin negotiations with both teams, determining financials, determining capacities, and to move forward with that before we make a decision as a board? Because my concern right now is that we're going to select a team, we'll begin negotiations with one, and I don't want to miss on the opportunity to move forward with the other while we have the opportunity to negotiate immediately with both. I want to see what the subsidies they're looking for. I want to see what land has to be acquired and how realistic that land needs to is to be acquired, because there's a vast difference between 7 stories and 18 stories. So, board, we have a decision to rank, but I would actually recommend that we send staff back to negotiate both. Comments? You're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I think that we have enough here to make a decision. They are vastly different projects. We have to decide which way the city wants to go. I'm not going to talk about each one independently right now because I should not do that until I vote. But I think we have enough information here. They're very, very different. And I think it's enough for us to decide, do we want to go left or do we want to go right? I think it's pretty easy. They're not the same project.
Chairperson?
What's that? Commissioner McCoy.
Chair, I would agree. I mean, if we accepted your suggestion, I mean, what we have a meeting and a presentation here. I mean, staff could have did that without us if that was the case. I think certainly what I don't want to do is make the mistake that, sorry, Ms. Miller Anderson, the commission did before we got here when they joined teams and we deviated. No, that actually occurred in 2018. But I want to make sure that we go ahead and, we have to be decisive. I don't want to sit here and I don't even know what it means. Ms. Emmons, Mr. Merzius, Mr. Pittman will have to go back and I don't even know what the first conversation will be like if you tell them let's start negotiating with both teams. What does that mean? Like, how do you do that? I mean, let's just be direct. I mean, I don't think there's nothing that we need to even try to further complicate or convolute this issue or in this process. So I like just selecting and scoring. I should say selecting and scoring.
There's no comments from the board? Based on the ranking schedule, 1 would be your first reference or first choice, 2 would be your second. Okay? We only had 2 presenting teams. Any additional comments? No? Okay. Sam, do you want to take the scores? You want
Yes,
to? Okay.
I will collect the sheets.
Steps into that. We wrote the name of the other. Do it. Yeah. They're going to tally and read out the scores. Staff.
Jesus. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to read the individual rankings of each chairperson and the person that receives the most votes. We will move in I am going to read the rankings from each individual council person, and that will be the organization that we will begin negotiations, that we will enter negotiations with. We'll start with Councilperson Shirley Lanier. Exact Capital received a ranking of 1, and the 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners received a ranking of 2. Councilperson Spiritus, Exact Capital Group received a ranking of 1, and 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners received a ranking of 2. Councilperson Lawson, 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners received a ranking of 1. Exact Capital received a ranking of 2. From Councilperson Miller Anderson, Exact Capital Group received a ranking of 1. 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners received a ranking of 2. And with Councilperson McCoy, Exact Capital received a ranking of 1. 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners received a ranking of 2. As I tally, that would be 4 for Exact Capital Group and 1 for 2600 and 2601 Broadway Partners.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the teams that presented, and congratulations to the teams. We're going to begin negotiations with Exact Capital's team, and staff will be coming back before the board to begin negotiations.
Yes.
Thank you.
You.
We're going to go into general public comments. Comments from the public shall begin at 7:30, unless there's no further business of the city, in which the event shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after. Please be reminded that the CRA Board of Commissioners has adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during the discussion. If any rules are not adhered to, the commission chair may have a disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium of the meeting. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 6 public comment cards.
Okay.
Andrew Fontaine, followed by Delcia Brooke Hamilton. Andrew Fontaine.
Hold on, Shirley, hold on. I'm gonna ask that everyone that's not associated with this next item to please leave. Thank you.
Andrew Fontaine, followed by Delcia Brooke Hamilton.
Good. You're good to start. So I just want to bring up the issue of the paying for parking on Singer Island.
7B.
We want to get it reversed. We went to a meeting today for comments on it. Every business owner was there. All of the residents were there. Not one person in that meeting was for the paying for the parking.
Give them a chance.
We kind of all feel blindsided by it. It was already in contract, already moving forward. And I guess you've been talking about it for a while, but we want, as a community, to reverse that and get it stopped. It's going to hurt all the business owners. Like, we work really hard to, make something happen there. And if we start charging for parking, like, we're going to not be able to make it through. So just hope you would consider reversing that and killing the contract. So thank you.
Comments?
Yeah.
You guys ask questions?
No. Thank you.
Delcia Brooke Hamilton, followed by Kim Doe.
Delcia Brooks Hamilton?
Okay. Kim Doe, followed by Brenda Brown.
Nope. Okay, Miss Brenda Brown. We called her, but she didn't come up. So
Okay. Brenda Brown, followed by Erica Davis.
Okay, am I audible? Because when I was sitting back there, you could barely hear someone sitting in the rear. Okay, good evening to the council platform who's here, the constituents and the residents. I'm expounding on the parking meters that, of course, they would generate revenue, but it still does not exceed the water plant dynamics that is long overdue. Another thing that I would like to point out is that the east and west side should be represented as a whole. But given the city's priorities, both are not allotted and given equally of leverage for funding. Okay, I don't know if you guys, well, some of the residents, maybe not all, are aware of the fact that Wells, Barracuda Bay, and Tates, they are and should be considered landmarks for Riviera Beach. However, but given the city's business, they are considered, I guess, flaws because of the fact that they're not being included as far as the city renovations or restorations, and also the fact that they may be thinking about terminating them or eliminating them. But those are landmarks. In most cities, you still have landmarks, no matter how old they are. The thing is that they're out of code. So quite naturally, you would have to rebuild, you would have to renovate, or you would have to restore. I know there's a lot of things on the agenda, but most of all, it's the water plant. And I would like to add, lastly, if we are a city that work, live, and play together, is it now questionable? Thank you.
Erica Davis, followed by Mary Brown.
This is general comments, right?
Yes.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. That just gave me heartburn. It's like the same thing over and over and over and over again. First of all, you guys are getting overly ambitious with the development, not considering the things that can cause problems. That space is very small for that size project, first of all. And Pinnacle was correct. You need to get a traffic study for every building that you're going to attempt to build on Broadway. We have saltwater intrusion underground. So that is why we had standards of 5 stories or 8 stories, the highest, because of saltwater intrusion. We always have what do you call those holes in the streets. Right now I can't think what it is. But no, not the potholes, the bigger ones. Sinkholes on Broadway. Miami is sinking. New York is sinking because the buildings are becoming top heavy because of water intrusion floods. You all don't consider any of that. Climate change is real. We had a standard, but I understand that your ideas are so big. I am not against development at all. And second of all, when it comes to housing authority, you just gave these people $5.5 million worth of property that we haven't gotten an update on, which the attorney told you not to give it to him in the first place. And it's like the same old stupid mistakes without thinking that you do because of your friends and family network. I want to see my black people grow, trust me. But just like Tragic said, it's not about your friends and family, it's about qualified people. And it's always the same thing. It's like deja vu every time. And it needs to change. Sick and tired of it. Sick and tired of it. Mr. Spiritus, you know that you need to study the streets, the roads for that type of building. We have mediums and we only have 4 lanes. The lanes won't accommodate the cars. So you all need to be thinking about this stuff. Because time is money and money is time. I don't want to see another Marina deja vu. Delay, delay, delay. They can come in here and talk big all they want, but they better deliver. Pinnacle delivered. They delivered. And if they don't deliver in a timely manner, you better let them go, because that's what we need. We're handling business.
Big comments.
Yes, Ms. Graham, you're up.
Yeah, touch now.
Mayor Brown, Miss Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. I'm gonna run something, and I want you to pay close attention. It's a couple announcements that are very pertinent. I'll speak on the other items when it comes up. On January the 7th of 2025, the Palm Beach County Healthcare District, along with the commissioners, voted unanimously to build a $60 million mental health facility. Thanks to Verdina Baker, County Commissioner, and Tammy Fields, they pushed it. They're gonna chip in the 10 million, and the healthcare district is gonna do this here. It was a timetable that was on there for 98 months, but they said 60 months. They're gonna build this in the central part of our city. When I stand here and tell you who I am, I do not exaggerate. I do not exaggerate. I'm a legendary. You see this here? My brother is in the Hall of Fame. He wrote music, he developed music, Five Blind Blowers, Fantastic Jubilees, and the Pilgrim Brothers. That's who Miss Lawrence is. And that monument down there, see, we don't all the names, see, you have to pay your dues. You see this here? That monument down there. Miss Brown, Cynthia Beckton, Miss Brush, Miss Mary Lawrence Brown, Dr. Emma Moore, Betty Dawson, Elizabeth Johnson, Carol Lester, Iona Gamble, Annie Ruth Nelson, Elaine Troy, Shirley Wright, Carolyn James, Emma Porter, and Ronna Porter, and so many more, as well as Bobby Power. He came up with us. You see what he's doing. Commissioner Roger McCoy, he came through the ranks. You see what he's doing too. We do that. We make judges, lawyers, teachers, nurses, entrepreneurs, educators, business development, city planners. We do all of that because that's what we do. We do not worry about paying no dues because, see, you have to pay dues to put your name on that board there. We set these pathways and we move it. We move it. You see this right here? That flagler down there that was built in 1981. You see this here? Miss Mary Lawrence Brown. She was a marker to help that bill in fighting with the city of West Palm Beach. So when you go to flagler there, go down there and visit it. And you will see all the greats there that did great things in this city. So Troy McCoy, he is a mover as well as a shaker, whether you like him or disagree with him. But others can relate with him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of comments.
Thank you. 6A.
6A, Marina Village Rafiki Tiki lease. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have 3 comment cards.
Thank you. Mercedes.
Thank you, Clerk Zier. Staff is seeking direction from the board regarding a lease agreement with Rafiki Tiki at the Marina Event Center. Dimitri Saloom, owner of Rafiki Tiki, has submitted an open letter of intent to expand his restaurant into parts of the Marina Event Center. The expansion of the Marina Event Center was included in the RFP for the Marina Village. Staff has outlined several options for consideration.
Okay, so what are we looking for? What are we looking to do today?
So we have, well, first there's going to be a discussion, and then next we have, well, the several options that I would like to entail. The first one is discussion of a new lease agreement with Rafiki Tiki. The second one will be, if we choose to, an RFP to go out in the public.
So there's 2 options?
Yes. Or there's the third option, excuse me, the third option would be a combination of a new RFP with Rafiki, I think it's the third option is a Rafiki, with RFP with Rafiki Tiki. Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Recognize. Are they,
Well, right now, we have a lease agreement with Rafiki Tiki. They've proposed increasing their size and increasing some other uh, parts of the building. We have JLL on the line now because remember with the new RFP that's going out, part of that RFP can be some of the space that Rafiki Tiki is looking to take over in the marina. And so we would like for JLL to give a brief explanation of what they see as part of that space with the RFP, or do we give that space tonight to Rafiki Tiki as part of their request?
Yep. And we have
Hey,
Representative.
good evening, Commissioners. This is Ed Chapman from JLL. Good evening, residents of Riviera Beach. As Attorney Smith alluded to, Rafiki Tiki has submitted a unsolicited, let's say, letter of interest to expand their operations into the event center. I'll call it a letter of interest, Commissioners, because there's no terms attached to the letter in terms of rental rate or term, et cetera. So additional due diligence and negotiations with Dimitri would need to take place. As Attorney Smith alluded to, the retail portions of the event center were included in the previous RFP for the redevelopment of the Marina Village. So at this time, we are seeking your counsel and advice to either one, further investigate the unsolicited proposal from Dimitri to expand into the event center, or not, and take the spaces to the market to receive competitive proposals. In addition to that, the JLL team refreshed, let's call it, the retail market analysis, which is attached to your packet as well for supplementary information.
Yep. Public comments?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 comment cards. Joy Bradswell Mayfor, followed by Delcia Brooks Hamilton.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Joy Braswell Mavor. I'm a lifetime resident of Riviera Beach, a business owner of Riviera Beach for the last 10 years to 15 years, and a business owner for the last 25 years. I want to speak in reference to Riki Tiki's lease, and that's why we're here. I read the lease, and I do understand that he had a 10-year lease with the option to renew or amend additional 5 years. He wants to extend and expand. I'm asking the board to reconsider and ask that the entire space go out for bid and allow some of the other business owners in the city of Riviera Beach, including myself, or outside of the city of Riviera Beach, to have an opportunity to utilize the space the same way. I don't think it's fair for Riki Tiki to monopolize the entire marina event space, as I believe that he's requesting. If I'm wrong, please correct me. He wants to renew where he's at. He wants to expand right next door, maybe upstairs. I'm not really sure, but I'm simply asking the board to do a solicitation, a brand new request for proposal, and allow other business areas, again, in Riviera Beach or outside of Riviera Beach, the opportunity to apply and utilize the space. That way we can have a variety of businesses there, not just one business that's going to govern this entire unit here. You can have one there, one in unit A, one in B, C, D, or upstairs. However the layout is, I'm not sure about that piece. But my main concern here is for fairness, for us residents as business owners, such as myself, and I can speak on behalf of other business owners that's in our community or outside of our community. Let everyone, and when I say everyone, I mean business owners, be aware of what's going on and give them an opportunity to apply for the space and not allow one entity to, once again, as I said, to monopolize the space. I also took a look at the lease. I took upon myself to read the lease that Riki Teak, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name. It can get a little tricky if you try to say it really fast. I took a look at the lease, and the lease stated that prior to the end of his lease, I think he's in year 9, he had to notify the board a year before the lease expires, which will be August. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Erica Davis.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Chair, City Attorney, and Mr. Mercies. Welcome. My name is Delcia Brooks Hamilton. I am the owner of Pangea Grill, a woman-owned small business for over 20 years in Palm Beach County. Now, as you all may know, with the exception of Mr. Mercies, that the CRA director, that for the past 10 years, I have tried to do business with the city without any positive outcome. Now, the process started back in 2015. I know I'm being repetitive, but this is the facts. I submitted my proposal and won the bid, and I was given a contract and a lease agreement to move forward. Then in 2016, I was told the project was put on hold due to lack of parking space, as though the city did not know that before. Then in 2018, a new RFP was issued. The contract was awarded to ADP, and due to certain circumstances, as we all know, the agreement was terminated in 2024, along with my opportunity to build my restaurant. Now, due to the circumstances, I am now forced to start all over again without any guarantee that I will be chosen as an operator once the new RFP goes out and the developer is selected. Now, for the record, if the event center space is not going out for bid, I am requesting the board that Pangea Grill is selected to operate the event center space. It is only right. I have wasted so much time, money, and effort, and nothing to show for it. I have sent my proposal to each and every one of you, including the new executive director, for your review. I thank you for your assistance and cooperation. And I just want to mention that on MLK Day, my restaurant gave out 100 meals, and we dropped off about 18 meals to J Ministry. So we fed the poor people in the community. I didn't have the opportunity to go to the parade because that's what I was doing. I was busy feeding the poor people and the homeless people, handing out meals in the community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Business. Mr. Demetrius has been here for 9 years. He has established his business. He needs expansion. And I love going to his restaurant. And I've been knowing him for a very long time. Now, what you can do is do something different this year. Think outside of the box. Those plats that are out there, why don't you make a list of restaurants who can afford to build their own restaurant, lease the space out, because Lord knows we need more restaurants. Not wait on a developer with all the different steps that they have to go through, but offer opportunity to a restaurant owner that would like to build on one of those plats at the marina and leave that out of the master plan. Because otherwise, I don't think we'll get anywhere else to eat besides Rafiki Tiki. But he needs his extension and expansion for his business. And that's just business. He's growing. But if you offer the plats that we have out there for them to build and you lease the space so we can make some income right now, that will possibly be something that you can do. But you need to talk about it and weigh out the pros and the cons. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair,
Ma'am,
that is the end of comment cards.
thank you. Do we have any other presentations from staff?
Chair?
Yes, you recognize.
No.
Do we have, Madam Clerk, do we have an additional card? Are we missing one?
I don't have a card.
Well, do you want to speak on this item? Please, Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you. Margaret Shepherd, I guess I might have thought I put it in, but I really did think. But to the chair and all of you, I have to concur with Erica Davis. I've been knowing Demetrius a very long time. A lot of us don't remember, but he had a gas station right across the street from the post office. And he's very kind. You go in there, and if you didn't have any money, you always made sure you had something. I like the Riki Tiki. I like to go there. It's a place well, that's the only place to go. My family come and they enjoy it. I enjoy it. Because I'm Bahamian, I just love the croquettes, whatever you call them. And of course, have a little glass of wine sometimes just to relax and see the water. And I would think it's just robbery if we don't just stop and allow him to fulfill his lease. I hear people talking. I try to figure out where were you at when the lease went out? Where were you? And then when you start finding out that people are expanding, and I think he should expand. It's so cramped in there. And I understand he won't go around the corner. Maybe have a nice coffee shop or, just to sit there and just be relaxed and not be in the whole part of the restaurant. But I do enjoy Mr. Demetrius. He just makes you feel warm and kind. Whatever you say to him, he tried to make sure that he fulfilled that moment of your dining in his restaurant. And to Miss Delcia Brooks, she says she serves the meals to the poor people. I didn't get a meal, and I'm poor. So these are the things I think that we should start looking at. Restaurants, family gatherings, allow us to go in, and we do. Our family go in and we enjoy ourselves. We have fun, and that's our meeting place. A lot of people don't know that's where we meet. That's where we sit down and start haggling on things. That is a place that give us the opportunity to listen to the music. I just love listening to the music. They have different functions there. If he's doing a good job, why not expand it? Why try to break it? You're going to move him out, move somebody in when we're used to him. And so I ask you, please allow him to stay, allow him to expand so we could come bring our families. The only place to go that I, would take my family, my children who come from Fort Pierce. And I said, well, let's go across the island to Sailfish. And they said, no, let's go to Riki Tiki. And I feel very proud that when I come there, I said, Mr. Demetrius is my family, and he's so courteous to us. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Staff, do we have a presentation from the applicant or from Rafiki Tiki? Is that part of the discussion?
No, sir. What you have in your package currently is a market rate analysis prepared by JLL. You also have the letter of intent that Mr. Demetrius submitted.
Okay, colleagues, do we want to hear from Rafiki Tiki? Because I believe those are one of the options, one of the three options.
Chair.
You recognize?
No, I think that we haven't gotten a presentation from JLL. They had a whole presentation in here. I didn't hear that.
Chair?
You recognize?
The, not per se a presentation, but it was the market analysis study that was discussed upon. We do have representatives from JLL present. If they would like to go into an explanation into that, we can have them do that right now.
I like for them to explain it because I look at it, but I don't really understand all of it. So I would like to see it
Yes,
or hear it to explain it to me.
absolutely. Ed, if you can.
Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon. Thanks, Commissioner Lanier. We wanted to provide
Sure, hold
an
on.
update on the.
I'm sorry, Ms. Chapman. Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Are they able to put the slides up on the screen so the public can see? Do they have it, Walter have it already or no? Does anyone? I guess if they don't, what are you doing, to try to get it on?
Yes.
Well, I guess he can start talking maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, you can start talking while we're pulling up the presentation. Go ahead, Ms. Chapman. Thank you.
Sure. We wanted to just provide a refresh to the market analysis that we provided some time in anticipation of the city, Riviera Beach, the redevelopment authority receiving certain proposals for the event center. And so what we provided in the packet is the rental rates in the North Palm Beach, let's call it submarket, which spans from Riviera Beach to Juno Beach. And then also we provide an overview of some local comps, if you will, within a mile radius of the marina. And so I'm just gonna call it long story short, team, in that the comps that we identified were anywhere between $18 and $25 triple net, which would be a starting point or a guide point as we start to receive proposals depending on the concept. One thing that I want to highlight again is within Dimitri's letter of intent, there were no terms or there was no offer in terms of a rent. There was not an explanation on the concepts as the concepts that would be proposed within the event center. So again, what we wanted to do was just to provide an overview of the general market as we think about the North Palm Beach submarket, and then drill down to the local Riviera Beach market, and that some of these comparables that I provided on the last slide, team. So let's say page 7 of the market analysis are a half a mile, a quarter of a mile away from the marina. And again, rents there are between, let's say, $18 and $25 on a triple net basis. So again, just wanted to provide you all some background, some backup data as we start to analyze potential rents and concepts for the event center.
Mr. Hold on one moment. Commissioner Lanier?
Yeah, I want to ask, I think that I asked Director Mr. Smith, I asked you in the agenda review to give me information about the lease, to give me information about what the rents were, how has it been paid? Has it been paid? What's been happening at the location? But I didn't get any of that.
Apologies, Councilwoman. I thought that you wanted us to present that during the meeting itself, and we have that information present if you'd like us to share that.
I'd like to.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know about, I mean, I've read the lease. I know the spot, but I don't know about the ins and outs of the lease itself, about the amounts. You're telling me the amounts that are comparable to in Riviera Beach. I don't know what the tenant is paying at this point. So I would like to know how that works out for my information.
Absolutely. Through the chair?
Recognize.
The monthly base rent currently is, well, it began in 2017 at $5,026.95, including tax and additional square footage, currently up to date. Commissioner, excuse me, sorry. They are currently right now 11 months behind the commission sales are currently 11 months behind with a balance of $19,829.37. But they are up to date with their monthly payments, excuse me.
Councilwoman Lanier?
So yeah,
Commissioner?
I just really wanted to have some more clarity to how this lease works. I know that there have been other individuals interested in that same location, and I think that for my say so that um, the pieces need to go out to bid. We have to give other individuals, organizations an opportunity to be able to compete for that space that is a prime location. And I think that the citizens in this city or out have an opportunity to build their business in that spot as Mr. Dimitri has as well. Nothing against Mr. Dimitri at all. I just want to make sure that this is a fair process. This process is supposed to be where each individual or organization has the right to be able to compete for prime real estate in the city of Riviera Beach. And I think that is how we should look at this. Mr. Dimitri has a lovely place, but we need to be fair in terms of other patrons, in terms of other residents and other businesses in this city to have that same opportunity.
Mr. Chair, a question to council. This was an unsolicited proposal for an extension of the lease. Is that correct?
Extension of the lease and more space.
Right. Does that have to go out on the market, or do we have the authority to authorize an extension?
With the existing lease, you have, it's kind of a gray area whether you can go either way. Because there's an existing lease, he's actually to expand the lease, expand the existing lease. So you can, under the current lease, expand his footprint through a resolution, which you did 3 years ago. 2 years ago, you expanded his footprint. And what he's asking for is a further expansion of the footprint within the Marina Center. And what we've done and what JLL has done that we're trying to impress upon you is that we're looking at this as a whole. So if you take the expansion of the current restaurant, you're taking off from the RFP that we're generating now. And so we want to make sure that the council understands that you're currently doing an RFP. And if we expand, which you can do, if you expand, that adjusts the RFP that's going out that JLL is working on now that we're anxiously and quickly trying to get out for you.
Sure.
Recognized.
Okay. So Director, can you tell me at the $5,000, what does that come to a square foot?
Steph? Anyone have an answer? We want to come back to that?
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
come
I'd
back
like
to
to
that
come
later?
back to that.
Yep. Dr. Spears,
So-
you want to do some follow-ups?
Oh.
Well, hold on. You do you have an answer for that?
Yes, I do.
Oh, go ahead.
It's 1047 square feet of interior space and 1591 square feet of patio space.
Say those numbers again.
1047 square feet of interior space and 1591 square feet of patio space.
But what does that come to a square foot that he's paying in the lease is what we're trying to determine, because we're getting a number from JLL based on a square footage number. So they're saying with their comparables, so they're saying $18 to $25 a square foot. So what is he paying right now per square foot? He says he has 1,100 square feet, but I don't know if that's patio or.
Allow staff to come back to that, sir.
Okay. Follow up, Mr. Chair? Okay, so I'm a firm believer that someone who was here when you needed them should be rewarded and not thrown out when the times change for the better. Tiki was here when we first built the marina without there any uh, subsidies or anything else. They were here, they stayed here, they stayed here during the pandemic, which had to be a very difficult time to be in business. They survived. I believe he has built up a local clientele. It has become a destination point for people not only in the city of Riviera Beach, but for people from outside that come here. They come as far as Boca and Boynton, because I have friends who tell me to meet them there. I didn't even know that they knew that it existed, but it has become a destination point and a very good destination point for us. And I'm proud that we have that in the city. The management has been very, very good. I think we have to consider the fact that we do have an RFP out right now for development of the the phase two, which will include 0 through 6, I believe it is, which does include the Marina Center. Uh, I have no problem. I believe that we should give Dimitri the ability to expand. I mean, the space that he's expanding to is quite remarkable. There's a sand floor. I don't even know how they got a C of O on the marina when we did that, but there's a sand floor in there. He's willing to put the investment into this property, knowing that this property may not exist. We don't know what's going to come of the RFP. So if we do give a lease, and I do believe we should give it, we should reward the person that believed in the city. He does believe in the city. He's bought other properties and developed other businesses in the city, which are doing well. And I think that we should not forget what he had to go through to get to the point where he is today. That could not have been easy to build up that business and keep it during those difficult times. But we do have to be cognizant of the fact that we have a phase two marina RFP going out, and this building may be part of that. So any lease that we give to him should obviously give back whatever he invests in his expansion, but he should not be able to hold up any of the development. Certainly, we're going to encourage uh, anybody who develops, at least I will, and when I see the RFPs, it's going to carry a lot of weight, that they give an opportunity to local people to develop restaurants and stores within their development. And hopefully that Dimitri will either be in the same spot he's in now or maybe a different spot depending upon what we receive. But any lease that we give, all I caution the council and and the CRA staff is to make sure that we have a back ramp, that we have the ability to back out. Dimitri has the ability to get his money back for his investment, the additional investment that he's going to put in right now, and uh, and he doesn't have the ability to hold the project up.
Mr. Cheryl?
Thank you. You recognize?
Um, can someone tell us how Rafiki Tiki, did we go out the bid to get this restaurant currently here? Does anybody know?
The original lease is 2017, and that's something I'd have to get back to you on. But the original lease was signed in 2017. It's a 10-year lease. Currently, they're under a 10-year lease that was done back in 2017.
Right, I understand that, but I'm trying to find out, does anyone know how they came about to be the restaurant? How were they selected?
I don't have that history.
Okay, I think everyone needs to know
Chair.
what that looked like.
Ms. Jenkins would like to answer.
Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services. As I recall, when we were developing the event center, as you know, this project was um, financed in part with New Markets tax credit. And it was originally conceived that there would be 2 restaurant opportunities within the marina. I didn't bring documents with me, but as I recall the process that we went through, the CRA engaged a broker firm, and there was a notice of availability, and perhaps Mr. Dimitri can confirm or correct me. And potential restaurant operators had to present um, plans, proposals. They had to be vetted. And I believe that's how Mr. Dimitri received the initial opportunity. We engaged a third party, um, well-known broker firm, commercial broker firm, to assess things.
Okay, and then my other question is, do we know why there's a $19,000, you said, I think, owed? Is there a reason for that?
Chair,
Recognized.
that is a commission sales that we collect from the owner each year. It is more than that, but that is that's a portion that we're waiting on a balance from him for the past 11 months. We've reached out several times and we are not getting anything back.
Okay, and what is the total amount?
The total was approximately $55,000.
Okay, and why is it just 19 instead of the 55?
He paid that, the portion of that. That's a balance that he has left with us
Oh,
to
so
pay us.
the 19.
Correct.
Hold on one second, Dimitri. We'll allow for you to present when we have a chance. Let's allow staff to answer the questions.
That's all I have for now.
Perfect. Yeah, I do want to hear from Dimitri. I'm going to allow for him to present if it's the pleasure of the board. I know that the board had questions of the consultants and of staff, but I would actually like to hear from him as well. So once we finish with these questions, then we can possibly hear from the potential applicant. Any other questions from council, commission?
Yes, Chair.
You're recognized.
Just to piggyback, how much was the commission sales for the year?
Chair.
Recognized.
Tanya Davis, our finance specialist, will answer that.
The total for the year was about 60,000 with tax.
With tax, and he's down to 19,000.
Yeah.
When does that need to be paid every year? What month?
We bill in March or April. We've looked into it. There is no specific time frame for him to pay, so he normally pays.
So, because it was said that he was late, so we don't have a guideline to say, okay, January, February, March. How are we saying he's late if we don't even have a guideline to when it's due?
Well, he pays a portion of it here and there, but as far as I recall, there is no specific time frame for him to pay.
So he's not late. Because when I first heard it, I would think that he, Chair.
Hold on, excuse me, residents. Thank you.
No,
go ahead, Mayor.
The way it's presented, like he didn't pay the money, Dimitri. Please. You want to step out, your son here? Like, no, the chairs want to bring you up.
All right, all residents, even presenters, we will not have any wild crowds. We're trying to do the business of the city. Even if you want to present, we understand. Can we get to the business first, and then we will get to the presentations? Mayor, you're recognized.
Yes. So that was my concern, because when I first heard you, I thought that he was months behind and not paying that, or years behind and not paying that bill. So maybe that's something else we can do is, just let me put on the record, I do agree with him being able to bill out. I think it first started these conversations, and I know me and Mr. Evans, Scott Evans and Jonathan Evans have sat down with them with somewhat of a promise without coming before this board with those two, that giving him some inside seating because he's just outside. So I don't know what the negotiations are now, but if anything, I'm hoping that we can give him some of that inside building to build out his kitchen and some potential sitting areas for if the weather is bad, that some customers can sit inside. But I just hope we can word that different when we send somebody old, but really he's not behind. He's just need to pay it. Right.
And I guess that's the concern I had as well. Do we have a copy of his lease? Does it dictate when his payment is due in the lease? Because it seems like we have an arbitrary date, amount. You recognize?
She's looking at it now, but what previous director tried to resolve it prior to the new fiscal year coming into. Like I said, it's billed in March or April, and we try to resolve it by September 30th.
Okay, but we have a lease agreement. And in regards to our lease agreement, what does it say in regards to what's due? And then a follow-up to that, which none of this really matters to me per se, because I'm going to ask that we proceed with negotiations. We have a clear outline, and will our new terms that's negotiating for the additional space, will that also incorporate a new lease? Will we open up the guidelines for this current lease and open a new lease for the entire space if we decide to proceed with Dimitri? That's where I want to proceed forward. I don't like that the language was painted that he was late or delinquent, because we want to make sure we're clear, especially with our partners of the city, what is going on. So 11 months delinquent on a $19,000 bill, and we don't even know what the due date is, doesn't sound accurate. And I don't want to paint that picture or put that on the record. So the first question I have for staff is, if we do decide to proceed with expansion of that space, will we be renegotiating terms of the current lease? Would that be the pleasure of the board, staff? Because we have about 2 years left if he signed in 2017. So if we have 2 years left, that means the new lease would expire in about 2 years. Are we going to open that up and just do one-term lease for the entire building if we decide to proceed? Myself and I believe one of my colleagues about 2021 asked to actually have this building expanded to build out that space and to extend Rafiki Tiki, but they said it was part of the solicitation. I don't want to wait on another solicitation, potentially including that space in there, and then waiting another 5, 6, 7 years for nothing to happen. We need an inside eatery, and I would love for us to proceed with this current applicant because he's been a vested, interested partner in the community, and I'd love to give him that opportunity. So I guess the lease terms, if you did find that information, that'd be great. If you don't have it, I mean, we can still proceed, but do you have the due date?
Chair?
You're recognized.
No, I don't have a due date.
Okay, so we don't want to then say that he's late. Commissioner McCoy?
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Smith, so Commissioner Spirit has brought this up. So the request that we receive, it would be treated as a unsolicited proposal, correct?
No, it would be treated as a renegotiation of a current lease.
And does our agreement allow us to
Yes, sir.
expand that footprint?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but then there's other provisions about the actual build out of that space and how that's to work, correct? That has to be factored in?
Yes.
And has staff taken an analysis of that? Okay, so
If I could expand, sir, what we were looking to do, because even the letter sent by Dimitri, there's more questions than answers in the letter. And so if it's the will of the board, that's why this was put on there for more direction from the board. If it's the will of the board, the way this would proceed is we would negotiate with Dimitri and come up with, as the chair mentioned, another lease. And looking at this lease signed in 2017, there's a lot of other factors and a lot of things that are not said in a lease that I would want in a lease. So what we would do is an addendum, as we did in 2021. I think we did a small addendum to the lease, so it'll be a second amendment lease agreement, and come to you with a more thought out lease with the terms so they're easily understood, if that's the will of the board. But it wouldn't be just approving what the solicitation that they sent in, or that it would be more of a thought out lease agreement put before you for you to vote on.
okay, yeah, I'm inclined to support that. Certainly, you know why? Because this is low hanging fruit, and I can tell you solicitations haven't been easy for us, and we've not been. I mean, even tonight, I looked at one of the timelines for the 2600 solicitation, had it on schedule to be decided back in September, October of last year. So aside from that, if this is permissible, I think I would want to grasp the low hanging fruit, especially since it's still a sanded area, and also there's the potential to see what that build out is going to look like. And we're not obligated to anything, correct, until we come up with a concept and how that leasehold improvements will take place, right, Mr. Smith?
Right. Correct, sir.
Okay. Yes, that's where I'm at.
Chair?
You recognize Commissioner Lanier.
So what does that mean when you say that it's 11 months and 19,000 has been paid or 55,000 was owed? I'm not sure how that, because the contract states that any amounts owed when you go to renegotiate or do something new, that you're actually in default. So I'm really trying to figure out, because we don't have enough information here. I asked for information in regards to this lease, what it is. People don't know the backstory with it. And I would love to move forward, but I also would love to have someone else, another entity, to be able to compete for that space. That is only fair. The space that Mr. Dimitri is in now, that's fine. That other space that's available should be available to people in this city to be able to compete for it. That is a prime location. And we're still not sure about what is owed, when it's owed, how much is owed. We still have problems with the contract that we actually have now. So how can we move forward without knowing everything about the current contract, what is owed, what has happened, you know, talking about permits, talking about the expansions, all of that has to be considered when you want to kind of just move forward and give it to someone, give it to someone. So I want to make sure that the city is protected in a sense that residents feel that this is fair to them, that anyone who comes to the city or wants to have a restaurant space or any space at this location is done fair and square. And what happens is that we are looking at amounts of money that is owed. We're looking at arbitrary dates that it's due. We're looking at a 2016-17 lease that people don't seem to have the backstory to. So how can we move forward unless we know exactly what we have now, instead of moving forward with something in addition to what we don't know?
Sure. Thank you. And I agree with that, Commissioner Lanier, but those are all staff issues. And we have now a executive director who I need you to clean that up. That has nothing to do with this applicant, who's done a great job investing into our community, fighting through a pandemic, and continuing to sustain a business that's one of the only eateries on this side of the bridge. So I'm actually still supportive of Mr. Dimitri to expand that space, because it is a sand inside our marina, which I don't know how got CO'd, as my colleague said. It's a space that has not been finished as of yet, and he's fought through all of this, and staff doesn't have the accounting information or details. So my concern is more so for our new executive director, to fix that, to do better accounting, to provide us with the proper lease and documentation, and to finish out this space so that we can actually have an eatery and not go through the delays of trying to go out for a solicitation when we have a ready, willing, and able applicant that is going to build out a space and partner with us to do it. That space, I've walked it. It's not that big to try to stick another restaurant in there. And we don't even have the parking built out in this marina yet. So we're going to add another restaurateur into a space when we don't have enough parking to sustain or to substantiate two restaurants being held there. So if we expand it, allow for the restaurant to continue to operate with an indoor and outdoor space while we're building out the rest of the solicitation, that gives us an opportunity to get this done. Low hanging fruit, as my colleague said. Let's get something done and actually accomplish it here in this marina.
Mr. Chair.
That's a chair.
Mayor, you recognizing
Yeah.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Thank you. I echo your sentiments. It's not Dimitri's problem. I mean, you can't tell me he's been 1, 2, 3, 4 years late. I mean, he's still in the year to pay the 19,000. Secondly, I think it was used by one of my colleagues to say give. Well, we're not giving him anything. I mean, he's finna pay to market rate. He's going to pay uh, to remodel what the sand is. But I mean, we just gave away $150,000 last week, so that's giving away. We're not giving Dimitri anything. He's going to pay his way through, and we're going to make money as a city from it. So I agree with the chair.
Commissioner Miller.
How many spaces are we talking about? Um, the one with the dirt, the one on the east side upstairs? Is it just the two? Or is it
Just those two, yes.
just two of them? Um, I mean, I'll let Mr. Dimitri do his presentation, but I do believe it's important that we get a variety of restaurants here. I'm fine with him getting some space, maybe the one that has the dirt right behind where he is, but I believe that we need to have additional people come out. And I would like to see it go out. I don't have a problem with the part that's right by him, but and Mr. Dimitri, as well as staff, previous managers, executive directors, I was here when we first did this, right? And I asked because I wanted to make sure that it would go on record. We did not, that square footage was not, it was not where it should have been. I didn't agree with it then. I didn't agree with the renewal. I can't take away from Mr. Dimitri. He's very nice with everybody, always accommodating, trying to make sure that people are comfortable when they come there. But when the initial lease agreement was done, I was not on board with that. Um, and again, that doesn't take away from anything, his business or him as a person, but I did not agree with the way it was done. But like I said, he's been here and I don't have a problem with them expanding at the bottom. But I do believe it's important that we allow it to go out, that part to go out and be able to get other people in as well. And that's just kind of, I've been kind of consistent with that. I don't feel that we should just give it to someone. If, like, if Ms. Delcia is willing to go and put in a bid for it, that may provide her with an opportunity, as well as Ms. Joy. There are a number of restaurants owners that would like to utilize the space as well. And so I have no problems with them expanding below. I think he did expand around the corner a couple of years ago. That part had not come to us yet, but it was done. So we had to kind of work backwards to make sure that all of that was taken care of. But that was a move was made without it coming to the board first. So that's where I am with it. And like I said, I've been pretty consistent on my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Yeah,
You
Chair.
recognize Commissioner
And
Williams.
Mr. Dimitri, no offense to you, but I really think that this space needs to go out for bid, that we don't have to wait for the development in terms of the whole entire marina. We can put that parcel out to bid. I am sure it doesn't have to be a restaurant. It could be a shop. There are a lot of variety of businesses that can go in this space. And who would not, people would kill for this space. It is right at the water. It is right at the marina. So I'm sure we would get top dollar for that space, period. And I think that if we're going to go forward with Dimitri, that's what we should charge. Thank you.
Okay. Additional comments on the board. So, Executive Director, what are we looking for tonight? One of these three options?
Yes, one of these three options.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I can.
Correct.
Well, in listening to the board, what we would be looking for is an opportunity to talk to Dimitri and his attorney, or just with Dimitri, include JLL so that we are cognizant of what's coming with the RFP, and come back to you with a resolution and a second amended lease agreement, so you can decide right then. This is a new lease in front of you. Now remember, he has 2 years left on this lease, and then a 5-year extension renewal. If you decide, so it's a possible 7 more years within the space. But what we're asking is to come back to you with a negotiated amendment to the lease so JLL is included, and we do not mess with the RFP, but we also listening to the board, work with Dimitri, and you can see the exact space that he has where he's looking to expand, what the exact square footage amount would be, and put in hard dates on when fees are due so that you will have a clearer understanding of the lease and the expansion. We were just asking for a chance to, with JLL, to work with Dimitri and come to you with a lease. Because right now, when we receive this from him, we couldn't do anything unless we get direction from the board on, okay, now move forward and come up with something for us to look at. So what we're asking for tonight is for you to tell us, okay, put together something to bring back for us, and then we can vote on whether to approve this new lease or not approve this new lease. But we need direction on, are we to move forward with Dimitri and come up with a new lease agreement?
Chair.
Commissioner Lanier?
I think if we're basing this on an unsolicited proposal, I got one today from an individual about that space. So what are we gonna do? Just not look at the other individual who submitted a proposal? How does that work?
Mr. Chair.
Recognize.
Well, that would go into your consideration when you vote on, if we come back to you with a new lease agreement, in which we're expanding the footprint of Dimitri. When that comes back, you can vote yay or yes or no on, okay, we're not gonna negotiate his lease and expand his footprint because I got someone else who wants that space. So we're gonna vote down this amendment and then put that space out to bid. But right now, under his current lease agreement, we can expand his footprint to the few areas that he's talking about.
So I'm sorry, Chair.
You recognize.
So will we know before we come back here with this whole thing worked out, will we know before then about the type of space, the amount of space, the cost of the space? I would like to know that before I come back,
Yeah, that would be in anything that we bring back to you.
before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also the consideration of the proposal we got today as well.
Mr. Chair. Recognize. Right. I would just once again state to the staff, please make sure there's the ability for us to get out of this lease without this lease holding up any further development that may come in the phase 2 development.
Chair.
Recognize.
Noted.
So what's the play? Chair.
Staff, do we have direction? Do you have clear direction?
I'd ask for a vote of the commission for the ability to move forward and negotiate with Dimitri, and bring back before you, at least for your up or down vote.
We have a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Millian.
We're talking about for all spaces?
It would be a renegotiation of his current space and with the additional space that he's requesting.
And the additional space he's requesting is the inside area, the unfinished space, and the rooftop space. Is that what he's requesting, or is that what we're going to negotiate? Because that needs to be clear with what's being put on the board.
Chair.
Recognize.
That is what he's requesting.
Okay. And I believe one of my colleagues did mention that she would like to have a discussion about the additional space, the upstairs space, as separate and apart. Ms. Miller, that was your okay, separate and apart. And I guess I'm not sure how that would work, because I would want to see something in the options, but it's just the entryways, the access. How would that work with the two spaces if a different vendor did come in as well? So that upstairs. Yeah, would they enter through where? The marina?
Well, they would
Is
have
there a
to.
separate entry for the upstairs?
I don't
Yeah,
believe so. No.
Yeah, so that's what we'd want to, that may be difficult because I'm not sure logistically how that would work. Because I do know we still got dirt behind that wall over there. So, and then access to that other space, that's kind of part of the marina. It has an elevator access, so it would be a little, that would be concerning for me to figure out how to add a different vendor or restaurateur there. So that's why I may not. You could build a door. All right, that's an option. Little beer garden, I like it.
Chair.
Recognize.
So are we gonna vote on this or what?
A motion was put on the floor by Dr. Spiritus. Dr. Spiritus, just to be clear with staff, are you supporting to negotiate option A, the request by Dimitri that was put to staff? Okay, that includes both spaces. Do we have a second?
Second.
If I could just make a comment before.
Motion was made and properly second. Discussion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, it would be very difficult to get another person to come in here and make that type of investment, giving us the ability to cancel that lease based on what might happen with the phase two development. Dimitri seems to be willing to do that. I think that we should move forward.
Sure.
I mean, there may be some other people that would be okay with it as well. So I definitely wouldn't be making a decision based on whether or not other people would be willing to do the same, because we don't know until we ask, or they have an opportunity to tell us. So.
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Commissioner. Commissioner Lanier?
I was going to get back off Councilwoman Miller Anderson. We don't know who wants that space. I know we've gotten a proposal for it. I know that the current lessor has put in his bid for it. So there are other entities, and it does not have to be a restaurant. It is a location that is probably could thrive with anything there, given where it is and the exact location of it being at the marina on the water. So I think any business would thrive there. And to say that we don't know what's going to, somebody would make an investment. I'm willing to bet you somebody would make an investment to have a spot right here.
That's British.
Mr. Chair, to my colleague, what you said you received a proposal from who?
Yeah, irrelevant, germanity.
Oh, well, no, it is relevant, so please let me finish.
We're in the middle of roll calls. We're discussing the item that we're voting on, and that's what we should be doing. Outside of that, it's not pertinent. I think we've kind of rehashed this, and it's becoming redundant.
So,
okay, let's just vote then.
I'm looking at, it was sent to everybody, so everybody should have gotten it.
Madam Clerk, because there was a motion on the floor, I would agree with my colleague that it would be germane to the options that are on the table. That discussion could have happened prior to this, but being that we have a motion, let's go ahead and vote on this motion.
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Lanier,
No.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes 3-2 with Commissioner Miller Anderson and Commissioner Lanier dissenting.
7A.
Resolution number 2025-05, authorizing the execution of a contract for professional landscape maintenance services with Terracon Services, Inc. to provide landscape maintenance services for the CRA properties in the amount not to exceed $231,018, directing and authorizing the chairman and the executive director to take such action as shall be necessary and consistent to carry out the intent and desires of the agency, providing an effective date, approving the employment agreement. That's it. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card.
Motion? Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Mercius.
This item was advertised on April 23rd, 2024 to solicit contractors to provide landscape maintenance services to the CRA-owned properties. Staff is looking for a decision regarding this pending landscape contract as we currently are on a month-to-month contract with Chris Wayne and Associates. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hammond?
Yes, good evening. I am here in support of this particular motion. The solicitation was posted. We had several vendors to respond, and so we are recommending the lowest bidder, or recommending award of a contract to the lowest bidder.
Okay. Public comment cards?
Mr. Chair, we have one comment card, Mary Bram.
Are you waving, Ms. Brown?
Support. She's coming.
We thought you left.
No, she ain't going. All her data is documented.
Miss Mary Bram, I am all for moving this. I've read in the packages, OSHA, and they're in good standing with OSHA. I like things like that. It makes our work easier so we can carry accountability. And we can be on docket for everything that we need in order to beautify this place here. Because if we are to bring in this development, and I always say we are on a timetable, so let's beautify down here, not just here, but every aspect it is that would incorporate our district here. So this maintenance and this upkeep is critical because, see, I cannot come to a house that is in disarray and does not present our vision, what we have for this city here now. So I am reimagining for 2025. Remember those quotes that I gave you at the beginning of the year? Ms. Bram still holds those true for 2025 because we don't want these things put delayed or off and off. Must necessarily do what we need to do in order to maintain stability in this city here, not just for one entity, for every aspect and every child program in this city here, and everything that looks like us. See, Ms. Bram, I stand here, and I'm going to say this here too. I stand here exactly how you see me. This is just how I was reared. This is just how I was raised. Our house was clean. We had to wash walls on Saturday to make sure that our house was neatly clean. Because why? It was a community post for everybody. So my parents and my relatives, they had to set examples. So we are no different here in this city house here. We must set some standards. We must get on a new pathway. If we are to be better, then we have to do better. We have to act better, and we have to look better. Now, I know I'm a little bit older. I may not look as good as I used to look before, but that's okay. That's okay, because I know the groundwork and stuff is going to still be done here, because the generations and the generations is going to come. And when builders come into your city and exit your city, this is the first thing they look at. How your city is set up. How your city is built. Is it tacky? Is it shabby? We are on the premise of with a new CRA director, and CRA director, Mr. Giselle. Did I say that right, sir? I'm trying. I'm trying. Mercy, I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Yes, just one question. Ms. Emmons.
Microphone, sir. There we go. You're recognized, sir.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Does your staff vet out these references prior to us it coming to the board?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And my understanding that they do, and I'll leave it at that. Yes.
Okay, all right, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy, Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. 7B?
7B, resolution number 2025-03, approving Safe Harbor Marina project finding of consistency. The acceptance of public comment cards is closed. Mr. Chair, we have 4 comment cards.
So move.
Second.
Staff recommends a vote to recommend the approval of the project to the City Council, finding that the project is consistent with the goals and strategies of the Community Redevelopment Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Do we have a presentation from our staff?
Chair,
You're recognized.
is that all we're going to do here is just to make sure that it's in line with the comprehensive plan?
Through the chair?
Yes, Mr. Moses, you're recognized.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And you said we don't have a presentation.
We do not have a presentation. I would like to note that this item was heard at the January 11th Planning and Zone Board meeting, and it was approved. The site plan was approved. If I have Kurt Thompson here from planning, if he'd like to go ahead and add upon that, but for the most part, there's no presentation.
We have the applicant here.
Yes.
Good. Stay seated. We don't. And the reason is because I really like where we are. That we don't get up here in these long, drawn out site plan approvals, rehashing something that we're gonna have to see on the city side. Mr. Kurt Thompson, can you give us some background before we deliberate on this? Is in terms of its consistency?
Yes, sir. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. There are 3 requests, Mr. McCoy and commissioners. The first one is an abandonment. The second one is
But we're talking about whether or not this is consistent with the CRA's plan.
Right.
So from the planning perspective.
Yeah. Well, from our standpoint, we believe staff believes that it is consistent with the CRA plan in that the nature of the use is within the existing zoning and comp plan issues.
Okay. Any comments added by members? Discussion by members?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize, Commissioner.
I believe that under the planning and zoning approval, there were some conditions, and with the community, there were some conditions. I just want to make sure that, though I know that they're being worked out right now, they're not in writing. I just want to make sure that they're going to be done before they come to the city council for its vote.
Yes, sir. We're working very diligently on that issue.
Anything else from members? Any public comments, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have 4 comment cards. Scott Lewis, followed by Brandy Davis Balsamo.
Scott Lewis. I'm remodeling a place at the end of East 22nd Court. So I'm extremely familiar with this project because it's a direct neighbor. We've been negotiating in good faith since September. They had a good community meeting, a lot of people there asking questions. And we did have some issues come up, and traffic calming is the primary thing that we were all focused on. We came up with a group of suggestions. I believe we had consensus in September, and with Planning Commission, this was the number 1 item they addressed. I think 4 commissioners commented on making sure that the neighborhood was addressed, the issues. We've come up with a list that I sent you all early today that was very cost effective and does do a major impact to the protecting the neighborhood area. I do support this project as it is, but I do want to see those comments, and I very much would like to see the conditions ahead of the meeting rather than at the meeting next month or later this month. But protecting the neighborhood would be one of the CRA's challenges that would be a directive, protecting residential areas too. Thank you very much.
Brandy Davis Balsamo, followed by Mary Bram.
Evening, Commissioners. Mr. Merzius, welcome. I'm Brandy Davis Balsamo. I'm the president of the Neighborhood Association. I also am a resident in Lakeview Park. As you know, I've been involved in this process in regards to this project for the last, I think, at least a year and a half. Initially was opposed. We presented a lot of feedback to the applicants, and their new proposal, I would say, is a reasonable compromise, and we support the project. As you'll see, they're not rezoning, they're not coming up next to us, they have a building that buffers us. So from our perspective, it would be unfair to continue to oppose and play the NIMBY card. We were never against development at all costs. We're just looking for a reasonable solution and feel that this is a reasonable solution. And as Scott, a fellow member in the Neighborhood Association, has said, we're working through the items that relate to not necessarily this proposal, but other facilities that are in the area that they own. And I believe we're on the same page, have good relations, and are talking quite often. So in a much better place this time around. I think it's a good win-win and good neighborly relations and also a good fit for the CRA. So thank you.
Thanks.
Mary Bram, followed by Manny Xavier.
Miss Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. I am all for this project. I was in here numerous of times when the communities were involved in meeting their demands. And this is what movement is all about. Having those meeting of the minds to work with each other so that everybody can walk away from the table and feel good about it. And then you won't get so much a backlash when you do not have those, like when you have those gaps in there, that you have to go back. You have to remediate and you have to set things in order so that the opposers can say, well, you know what? We got something and we are ready to move. And from the comments that I did hear when I was in here, CRA director manager, I guess you say Ms. Bram is just all in everything. This is business. And Ms. Bram believe in doing the business of the city. Not just here, everywhere. Ms. Bram is just like everywhere. And she sits everywhere. So I'm a loaded woman here. So other places moves. They have meetings of the minds. And they work through any kind of disagreement. So we don't want to hear no this or no that, because just like your beautiful magazine, the Riviera Beach, it was excellent job. It pointed out the same vision here and what we are trying to achieve. And the parade was just excellent. That vision too. It was excellent. All the people said, look at this city here. It was excellent. The parade was excellent. This Riviera Beach magazine was beautiful. All of my counterparts.
Safe harbor, Miss.
Yeah, okay. They loved it. And we love what you're doing too. Community meeting. Don't forget that on January 27th, because we're talking about this marina here. If you want to see progress and see
Safe
things
harbor,
move.
whether it's consistent with the CRA.
Okay,
plan.
consistent with the CRA. Consistent. Thank you, Vice Chair McCoy. See, we can be agreeable as well as disagreeable. Consistent with the CRA. Come on out and voice your concern. And the next meeting is tomorrow about the parking down with the marina here. The parking fees. So residents, Now you can sit back here and that because this is the CRA. And all of these things here, what we're trying to move here, they are in conjunction with your CRA that must move. So the meeting is tomorrow at 6. I think it's from 6 to 7 p.m. But if I'm incorrect, please correct me. In Marion Dozier, this coming Sunday from 2 to 6 p.m. So somebody please announce it. Please announce about Marion Dozier. Here it is here. So please announce it. Please.
Annie, Xavier. Mr.
Members.
Chair, that is the end of comment cards.
Thank you, Ms. Desir. Members, any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner, you're recognized.
I would just like to thank Safe Harbor for making the investment in the community and for working with their neighbors in Lakeview Park. I'm sure that you're both going to get along. You're going to coexist. And please continue being a good neighbor and working with them. Thank you.
Anything else, members? We're
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. What'd you
ready
say?
for roll call when you.
Oh. Commissioner Mella Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus, Vice Chair McCoy.
Yes,
That vote passes 4-0.
thank you.
Resolution number 2025-04, approving Blue Heron Commons project finding of consistency. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Jadel Merzius.
Staff recommends the approval of the project to the City Council, finding that the project is consistent with the goals and strategies of the Community Redevelopment Plan.
Motion.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved
Second.
by Commissioner Spiritus, and there was a second by Commissioner Miller Anderson. Mr. Jadel, do we have a presentation?
No, we do not have a presentation.
Mr. Kurt Thompson, do you have anything you want to share with us?
The planning and zoning has determined that this is compatible with the CRA plan, sir.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
Mr. Chair, we have two comment cards. Mary Bram, followed by Margaret Shepard.
Now, let me make sure that we're clear. We're talking about the Blue Heron Commons project, not anybody's memorial services, Ms. Bram. So let's kind of keep it to just the Blue Heron Commons project.
Blue Heron project, it is much needed. We do want this move too, because we are building out not just the CRA, but all along the CRA corridor here. We workshopped this, I believe it was last month, or month before last, and some things had to come back. But I'm quite sure now we have everything that is already ironed out and ready to go. They have done the things that were asked and required of them to do, plus the staffers here. They have worked diligently in order to meet not just their demands, but your demands as well. So sometimes we have to look at things in a glass that is half full. Sometimes that glass can be full, but it runs over. But that half full, when we look at the glass, we can rise to make that glass level and even water that we may drink. So this is the same way that this project here will move forward too, so that we can build other things that need to be built to accommodate our city. So I'm hoping that you all go ahead on and say that we will continuously to build, and we will be the watchman in the tower. And I always say, if there is some doubt or some reason that things are not moving, have your contractors or whoever that's building post on a daily basis. That lets everybody know where they're at, how they're progressing, and if it's any faults in the projects, then we as a governing board we can say, okay, well, I need for you to come back. I need for you to do this. So see, but that doesn't mean that we hold up the project. We just need to know on a monthly basis, however you all desire to set things up. This will help you in the delaying a lot of your projects and giving others a chance because this is what it's about. Bill out and giving a chance. So thank you kindly. Is that okay, Commissioner McCoy, Vice Chair McCoy?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Sear, what else do we have? Anybody else?
Margaret Shepherd.
Riviera Beach. It's really a joy to see the Riviera Beach Housing Authority moving forward. And to make sure that that project is moving forward, it is consistent of 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. In the area, I think will help promote this city to filling their bases of the Housing Authority and making the plans to move this city forward. Without further ado, I don't know why we keep talking about this project over and over. I think I've seen it 4 times, and I think the CRA sees it. And I know Planning and Zoning, Mr. Thompson put on a good, I call it a nice show. He really, really put it on to bring it to our attention that this is a great project. I don't want to go too much into it, but the Houses for All plan action, you know, the Housing Authority agrees with this particular uh, paper that you all have put into action. I said in the meeting the other day, and I was trying to figure out why was not the Housing Authority presented into this program. It's a good program. It's consistent with the plan, the comprehensive plan of the city, and to make sure that we are moving the city forward. And I hope that we open up the door to the Housing Authority. It looks like it's been a consistent plan to stop their projects. When Related come here, I call them the good old boys. We just drop down to our knees and take their project. But not only just the Housing Authority, we have things as
You got to be germane to Blue Heron.
Mr. Lawson. I'm trying to add it in. You got to understand. Stop. If you want to get out of here, stop. But anyway, I just think it's a good plan. And Charger, just, you know, you got to kind of give a little bit because we sit here all day and listen to you. The stuff I don't think it's germane, but I just go along with it because you are the vice chair. And I hope that you're my friend. Thank you. I know you're not, but you know how that goes.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of comments.
Yes. You are my friend. Just curious, Mr. Thompson, so does Development Services still maintain the website that has all of the current projects that's being reviewed?
We do, but it's not up to date, Mr. McCoy. Have to work on that to bring it up to date.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see that back online. Hopefully that resolves some of the concerns that some of these members are asking, or the members of the public may bring up. So hopefully we can get that back on track. Members, any comments regarding this item? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, we're ready for roll call on item 7C.
Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier. Commissioner Spiritus.
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy.
Yes.
That vote passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jadel Merzius, we're down to discussions by Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair. This is my 8th day in this seat, completing the seat. But I would like to go ahead and thank staff for getting me acclimated to this seat. I would like to thank the board as well for giving me the vision and the direction that they would like to see to complete the more or less the goals and the consistencies of this plan, of the CRA plan. So much appreciated. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. one bit of business. I received a letter, and you all have received a copy of it now. Should be on your desk, dated January 17th, from the attorney representing Tesro. After we canceled the ENA, part of the ENA, section 4.02, says if we unreasonably withhold approval of any of the milestones, that we're to pay accumulated expenses of the developer. Tezrel is contending that we unreasonably withheld approval and canceled the ENA, so they're requesting $195,064.11 in expenses that they expended um, towards the development because we unreasonably withheld agreement to the milestones. I received this letter last Friday and seeking the board direction on a response to this letter.
Um, Thank you, Mrs. Smith, but you're looking for a response to us in regards to this letter. Do you have a position on this letter as to the validity of it and um, what legal counsel's position is on the claims asserted in the letter?
Sure, my legal opinion is that the letter is not valid, that we didn't unreasonably withhold approval, that when we canceled the ENA, we were on solid legal grounds and we did nothing unreasonable. So I would like to send a response denying the fact that we unreasonably withheld approval and not uh, do a termination payment. Just send them a letter back saying, we disagree, we're not going to pay it.
Right. Well, that may be fine, but there's other claims in here that says that, you know, they put us on notice that in multiple correspondence, and they called out a specific date that we were in violation of our own process of the agreement in circumventing, which required the parties to cooperate and act in good faith. So I think you can perhaps write a response, but I think, quite frankly, me personally, I'm going to want to know if any other claims that were asserted in here, there's some validity to it.
There's no validity to the claims that what they're claiming is that we negotiated with only one half of it. When we sent the 30-day notice of the ENA and they were to respond, they responded as one. And everyone signed the response that they all agreed to it. And this was a response on behalf of AD, APDS, and Tesral, saying that they responded to it and that they have read it and agreed with it. And so when we received it, we denied it. We said it wasn't complete, and we didn't agree to any of the milestones that they put in there.
Right, but if I can recall correctly, I specifically asked what was not complete, Mrs. Smith.
By having the letter in there, one of the overreaching was a letter that was included that we could not substantiate. And then when we went to the hoteler in which they said the letter came from.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, I just don't recall that being very clear. Okay. So you're going to share that response to the board as well?
Yes, I said I'm looking for direction, I guess agreement from the board for me to write a response back denying the claims and then getting their position.
Members, you recognize.
Should just move forward on this project.
Okay,
Chair,
you recognize.
I
Commissioner?
agree.
Okay.
And yes, we should respond.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you have your marching orders?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else from you?
No, sir.
I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, I just wanted to make sure that there's a defensible, pointable reasons for termination. And if you can articulate that, then
In the letter.
we
Yes, sir.
respond. Thank you. Board members, any comments?
I have one announcement. Here at the Marina on February 7th is National Black HIV/AIDS Awareness Day. The observance is a day to acknowledge how HIV disproportionately affects Black people. Black communities have made great progress in reducing HIV, yet racism, discrimination, and mistrust in the healthcare system may affect whether Black people seek or receive HIV prevention services. So on February 7th at 6 p.m. here at the Marina, we will have a recognition of National Black HIV/AIDS Awareness Day.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was a phone ringing. Was that Ms. Tanya Davis? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Any other members?
Here.
Commissioner Spiritus.
There's going to be a town hall meeting here at the Marina on January 27th at 6 p.m. with reference to possible upgrades at the Ocean Beach Park.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Upgrades.
Okay, Commissioner Miller Anderson. I'll take this opportunity. Members, Mr. Merzius and Mr. Smith, I think it's important, and I try to remind the members that we need to stay consistent, because I know in the past when we have these simple consistency resolutions, we go into a full length discussion on the site plan. So I think we did pretty good tonight, with the exception of the drop down to your knees part, which I've already received text messages, and that's why I just had to lower my head, because I don't know where that part came in, and I certainly don't do that here. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record. So I think we're doing a good job in certainly keeping some of these things very much limited, because we don't have to draw out everything. These meetings are long enough. And more importantly, members, I had to remind our director who's here that this meeting is not a normal meeting day. Per our bylaws, we're to meet on the second Wednesday of the month, and then provided that there is something pressing, the director and the executive director determine whether there's a meeting necessary for the fourth. But to that point, this is a full-fledged meeting, and I started out well above 6:30 a.m. this morning at the Northern Palm Beach Chamber. So there's a lot of meetings that we're required to do that just don't involve us actually sitting here. But then we had the League of Cities here today, which was very, very well put on by staff. Last thing I'm going to say is I got this announcement regarding our former city employee and also resident for Miss Marion Denise Doja, a night of celebrating her with friends and family, Sunday, January 26, 2025, 88 Palms Hotel and Event Center, 1901 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, West Palm Beach, Florida. Please wear bright colors or a flower in her honor. You may watch this live on cocowire.net or Facebook. For more information, call 404-803-7391 or 561-209-4241. That's all I have. Anything else for the good of the order? We stand adjourned. Thank you.